just fair on questioning for examination on Director Cross, but I won't make any inquiry on the exclusionary order. So with that, I'll just remind the witness then you are under oath for your testimony. You can inquire on direct if you'd like, Mr. Pryor.
Would you state your name, spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Emma Murray, Murray.
And Emma, there's a gentleman to my left in a blue shirt at the desk over there. Do you recognize who that is?
Yes, that's my father.
Now, I noticed that your last name is Murray. Can you explain that to me, please?
I was married and changed my name.
You are married?
Yes, I'm married.
And your husband is Joseph Murray?
Yes.
Did you receive a subpoena from either the prosecutor or the defense in this particular case?
I received a subpoena from both.
Okay. And at no point you were called for the prosecution, is that correct?
I was not.
And you did receive a subpoena from my office to appear as well.
I did.
And in that subpoena, did it indicate that we would rather you not review the proceedings as part of this, as part of your testimony in this case?
Yes, and I did not.
I want to talk a little bit about how often we've had an occasion to talk about this case, you and I. And can you explain to the jury how often we've spoken about this case?
I've talked to John maybe 3 times.
And last night we met prior to your testimony today. That's correct.
That's correct.
At any time, did I indicate to you any way you're supposed to say or anything that you should say or were supposed to say as part of your testimony?
You told me just to tell the truth.
Okay, and you're prepared to tell the truth today.
I am.
I want to talk a little bit about where you're living right now. And where do you live right now?
I live in the house that was my parents'.
Okay. And at this point, you're not aware of any financial situation. Is it true that you're not aware of any financial situation between myself and your father regarding that house?
That's correct.
Okay. And you don't have any personal knowledge of anything that is any arrangement between your father and I, is that correct?
Yeah, I made an arrangement with my father. I don't know what he's decided with you.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your mother's health. What can you tell me in general about your mother's health in the last year or so?
Her health started declining. I was really worried about it. Well, she'd always been one to be able to meet the demands of daily life without being exhausted. And she started going to bed at like before dinner some nights. It would be like 5, 6, 7 o'clock at night. And she would sleep in too if given the opportunity. So suddenly needing to sleep a lot was very confusing to me.
Are you aware of any health issues that your mother may or may not have had?
I, at the time, was not. Since her passing, I've been diagnosed with sleep apnea, and my maternal grandfather also has sleep apnea, and she's the generational link between. So I wonder if she did. That's something that obviously we can't investigate at this time, but symptoms like daytime tiredness and not getting restful sleep seem like they would fit what speculation.
It's sustained.
Okay. Were you aware of any other health maladies that your mother may have suffered from?
She had anemia.
Okay. Were you aware of any medications that your mother may have taken?
She preferred herbal supplements. She did take the generic form of the medication Prozac.
Okay.
That was the only prescribed medication that she regularly took.
Were there any non-prescription medications or herbs or supplements that you're aware of?
Oh, definitely. She really liked using colloidal silver was her favorite. It's
Slow down for me. Colloidal silver?
colloidal silver. It's distilled water with particles of silver in it to the part per million. It tastes like you're drinking water out of a metal water bottle, and it can cure everything.
Okay. And
I say that with a smile because you really should go to the doctor instead of drinking.
Else for speculation.
World.
Go ahead.
She would use colloidal silver as an antiviral, is what she called it. So anytime she felt under the weather, she would take colloidal silver and she would,
This calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
I witnessed her drinking it and she would encourage other people in our household to do so.
Were you a consumer of colloidal silver?
I was.
Okay, how'd that work for you?
It tastes nasty.
Okay. Did it help you in curing any ailments that you may have had?
I don't know.
Were there other things that your mother did in terms of remedies to resolve other issues she may have had?
She bruised really easily and she used arnica gel.
Okay,
Arnica is a plant that helps with bruising. She had it in gel form.
and when you say she bruised easily, can you elaborate on that?
If she were to bump her hip on the counter when she was walking by, she would get a massive bruise from that. Even things like carrying a heavier load of groceries where the bag pressed on her arm would leave a bruise.
Okay, okay. I want to go to the date of October 18th of 2019. Do you recall that day?
Yes,
Okay, and on the 18th, you were, and before I get there, your mother was employed at a school, is that correct?
that's correct.
Now, in terms of the physical size of that school, can you describe the physical size of that elementary school for me, please?
This was a smaller elementary school built in a rural area. The area is growing, but the school is still small. Right now it houses 3 grades.
Okay. So if there was discussion about having to travel within the school, would that be a significant distance that you would have to travel within this school?
No, I was also employed there at the time, and it was not a hassle to walk from one side of the building to the other.
Okay. And at the time, I'm going to go back to October 18th. And on the 18th, was there some sort of an event or occurrence that was taking place at the school?
The next week, there was going to be a book fair. It was going to be held in the library where my mom worked, and she needed to prepare her workspace to become a store. The community was going to be coming in and buying books, and so she wanted to move her personal items and personal books so that way they wouldn't get sold or stolen.
And in terms of distance from in this small school you described, how far was your classroom to where your mother's library was?
There were 2 different locations where she would work. One was a computer lab that was right next to my classroom. Some people didn't know that, but they shared a wall. You would have to walk around the corner for the entryway, but I could hear her teaching and she could hear me. Her library was just the next hallway over. It was
Okay.
hardly a walk.
When you say hardly a walk, did it encompass miles,
No,
feet?
feet.
Okay. Now, in terms of interaction with other members of the school, how would you describe your mother's personality?
My mother was an introvert at the core. She could be friendly and small talk with people. But in general, I noticed she didn't confide in people. I also observed at that school, we, like many public schools, needed a lot more employees than we had. So most people were overburdened with work, especially support staff. And so she really didn't have time to visit. Even during lunchtime, when you would typically think someone could sit down and chat with a neighbor, she was helping students go through the lunch line and pay.
Would it have been your mother's habit to openly discuss her health issues with members of her school staff?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time were you present when your mother discussed any of her health issues with other members of the school staff?
Any chance that I got to, I would go visit her in her classroom, and I never observed her talking about her health with our coworkers. She seemed pretty embarrassed about.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you observe your mother in terms of her interactions with other members of the school staff?
I did.
And what did you observe?
I did not observe her talking about her health.
Okay. Would you describe your mother as a very private person?
Yes,
Um, would you agree that it wasn't her habit to want to miss work?
she wanted to go every day.
Was that her work ethic or was there some other underlying reason?
Her work ethic, she was also not a salaried employee, so she was paid by the hour.
So it was important financially from your perspective that she work?
Yes,
I want to talk a little bit about the book fair on the 18th and the preparations that were involved. Did you personally observe anything as far as your mother preparing for the book fair?
she loaded her personal belongings in boxes and loaded them heavier than perhaps she should have, because I observed her walking down the hallway and she was resting the box against her body, on her arms, holding it back and walking with a lot of effort. I was in a meeting and I actually stepped out to help her because it was way too heavy for her.
And on that occasion, what vehicle did she drive to the school to load those boxes and unload those boxes?
She drove my parents' Dodge Dakota that day.
Okay. And then I want to go back to approximately 2017 forward. Who was the primary driver of the Dodge Dakota?
My father.
Okay, and what would your mother be driving?
She would be driving a Chevy Equinox. She
Okay.
always liked to drive the nicer of the two vehicles.
Now, there were exceptions to your mother and father switching vehicles. Would that be fair?
That's correct.
But primarily, your dad was the one driving the Dodge Dakota. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Eventually, that truck was sold to who?
My husband and I.
Okay, do you still have that truck?
Yes.
Your mother would use a common phrase in the last year of her life in terms of an assessment of how she would feel. And Yeah.
Yes.
Objection here calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
were there occasions when you would, I think I'll move on from there. That's okay. I want to talk a little bit about the Fitbit. Your mother had a Fitbit, is that right?
Yes, she had a wristwatch that would count her steps.
Okay. And at this point, was it her habit to use that Fitbit on a regular basis?
Yes, she would wear it during the day and then charge it at night
Okay.
when she was sleeping.
So she was counting her steps during the day as part of that Fitbit.
Yes.
And is it your assessment that your mother physically was in a fit state?
No, part of why she wanted the Fitbit was to increase her physical fitness.
Okay. She was working on her physical fitness.
Yes, she had one, I had one, and she bought my dad one, but he wouldn't wear it.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about your husband Joe's parents. Who are they?
Ed and Charlene Murray.
Okay. And was there some sort of a competition between your mother and Ed and Charlene Murray?
If you make an account in Fitbit, you can add friends. They're people that you know, and you can compete with them to see who takes more steps during the day.
Okay. And were you aware of any competition that was going on between Ed and Charlene Murray and your mother?
Yes, my father-in-law took a lot of steps during the day, and she wanted to be the winner, and so she would try to beat him.
Would you describe your mother as a competitive person?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And was there anything unusual with the way your mother operated her Fitbit?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time, did you observe your mother using an unusual manner in which to operate her Fitbit?
The Fitbit is designed so that way you walk and it measures your step by your arm moving. You can count more steps than you are actually taking if you shake your arm. And at nighttime,
Your Honor, I'm going to object and voir dire native objection.
You may voir dire, Ms. Blake.
Thank you. Miss Murray, do you recall visiting with your dad on or about November 17th of last year?
No,
Do you recall a conversation you had with him about the Fitbit and your dad telling you that your mom would hang her arm over the bed and swing it?
I observed my mom do that.
Do you recall having that conversation with your father?
No,
All right, Ms. Blake, is there an objection?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, you can continue, Mr. Pryor.
Thank you. So back to the question, you mentioned in response to Ms. Blake that you observed your mother with her Fitbit, and exactly what was she doing?
she was trying to get more steps to beat my in-laws.
There was a competition.
Yes,
And where did you observe her doing this with the Fitbit?
she had 2 locations where she would do this. She called it exercise.
Okay,
She would be in the living room. She would place an iPad on the back of her recliner and play the game Candy Crush while shaking her arm. And she would also lie in her bed while reading a book on her Kindle while shaking her arm.
okay. Was it your habit of your mother to read at night?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. And at the time of your mother's passing, where were you living?
I was living across the street, diagonal kitty corner.
Okay, so if there are, my recollection is there's 3 or 4 houses on that corner. Is that correct?
Correct.
So your house that you were staying in would have been on what location? The southwest or southeast?
I'm bad with directions.
Okay.
I live close, that house is closer towards Rexburg.
Okay, directly across the street, not diagonally. Is there a neighbor that you know over there?
There's 2 houses. There was a house that Matt and Regan Price were living in.
Okay. And then there's another house on the opposite
There's
side.
another house. I don't know those people though.
Okay. So you were across the street and kitty corner from your father. Would that be fair?
Yes,
Relatively close.
yes.
Okay. Now, there's been some discussion about your mother training for a 5K race. Do you have any information about that?
I was training for a 5K race, but she was not.
Okay, and why do you say she was not?
I invited her to run with me and she told me no, and that she never would.
Okay. Now, there was some discussion about your husband in September sponsoring a 5K race. Do you recall that, of 2019?
Yes, he wanted to fundraise for an organization called Operation Underground Railroad, and he organized a 5K race. A similar one had been put on in the community before, and he wanted it to happen again. And so he organized it. My mother helped.
Okay. Well, in helping, did your mother participate in that 5K race?
She did not.
There was a discussion about some previous testimony about someone observing her. I believe it was a principal observing her crossing the finish line. Do you have any personal observations about what you saw that day?
My mother may have walked across the finish line while helping with the race administration. She was not entered as a participant and she did not go the entire distance. There were some people at the end of the race who were going very slowly, and a group of people walked with them to encourage them to finish. And she may have been with that group, although I don't remember seeing her.
Okay. So what you're saying then is that you may have observed her with some people helping somebody across the finish line, but to your knowledge, she wasn't participating in the race.
That is correct.
She wasn't registered in the race.
She wasn't dressed to run either. She was wearing blue jeans.
Okay. And do you specifically remember that from September of 2019?
Yes.
Okay. I want to change the subject a little bit about the clogging and the Zumba high fitness classes. What can you tell me about you and your mother's participation in those classes?
At that time, my mother and I were both overweight and wanted to exercise more. And some ladies at the school invited us to come to a class that they were going to in the evening at a local elementary school in the gym.
Can you tell me when approximately you and your mother started those classes?
We started going in April 2019.
And this was a joint effort to improve both of your fitness?
That's correct.
In your situation, was that shortly after a birth of one of your children?
That's correct.
And I got a lot of heat for suggesting people's weight and size and everything else, but needless to say, you felt personally.
Yes, that is my own words. I was overweight and I wanted to get healthier.
Okay, and your mother, from discussions with her, shared the same view?
Yes, I don't know how much she weighed.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Abstain.
Okay. In any event, the purpose of the Zumba class was for both of you to try to improve your fitness.
Yes,
Okay. Can you talk about the level of participation that both of you engaged in as part of those clogging and Zumba classes?
the idea of the Zumba class, high fitness, is that you can participate to whatever ability you're able to. The way that the gym was set up is it was a school multi-purpose room, so it had a basketball court and a stage. Our instructor would be on the stage where everybody could see her moving, and we would mirror her body movements, similar to how you would copy an exercise video at your house. It was just live. We would dim the lights in the room and turn on party lights to make it feel more fun than a typical aerobics class. So it was dark in the room. You could see silhouettes of people in front of you, but you wouldn't really be able to see people around you. That's part of why it was appealing, is if you couldn't dance very well, nobody would make fun of you.
Okay. And in terms of location, where did you generally stand or participate in these Zumba classes?
My mother and I would go to the back of the room.
Was there a purpose for that?
There were different skill levels in the classroom, and we were on the poor end of that spectrum, and so we didn't want people looking at us.
Was it a requirement that you participate fully in every part of the dance or every route? And I don't know what the proper term is, routine or dance?
I think routine is fair, but no, you're not required to. The entire thing is voluntary to even show up and participate.
Okay. Okay. And then as far as the clogging, do you recall how often the clogging classes took place?
We would go once a week on Wednesdays. We went for about 6 weeks.
Okay. And for about 6 weeks?
Yes,
So if I do my math correctly, and you're the teacher, not me, that's 6 times?
just about.
Okay. And then did that continue when did the clogging end?
She stopped going when she died,
Okay. And then when did it start?
about 6 weeks before. It was with the beginning of a school year.
So if there's a suggestion by anyone that your mother had been clogging and doing Zumba class for over a year, would that be accurate?
Objection, Your Honor, argumentative, calls for speculation.
Abstain.
I want to talk a little bit about your mother's other experience. Did she have any self-defense training?
Not through a formal class, but our church would periodically organize evenings, enrichment night, where you could learn different skills. And in Springville, they would routinely have the police show us self-defense skills,
And how often did you do that?
maybe once a year.
And if you were to assess your mother's ability to fight off someone if they were attacking her, how would you rate that?
Objection, Your Honor, lack of foundation and calls for speculation.
Abstain.
Did you ever observe your mother engage in any sort of physical activity where she practiced fending off any assailants?
There's a game on the Wii, a video game system called Exerbeat, and there's a kickboxing portion where you can practice punching.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about life insurance. And I want to mention the name Taylor Ballard. Do you know that name?
Yes, the Ballard Insurance Group offers insurance for our school district.
Okay. And did you have an occasion in September at the start of school to engage in a presentation by the Ballard office?
At one of our faculty meetings, they came and talked to us about life insurance and increasing it. and they showed us that the rates were competitive, or it was really cheap insurance. And so they encouraged us to purchase some, and both my mother and I purchased some at that meeting.
Okay, and at the meeting, uh, was it at the meeting that both of you just elected to purchase the insurance?
Yes,
So prior to that, and I can't remember, in September of 2019, I believe you were married at that point. Is that correct?
I was.
Did you consult with your husband before you elected to up your insurance at that point?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Are you aware as to whether or not your mother consulted with the insurance, with your father prior to upping her insurance on that meeting day with Taylor Ballard?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
Are you aware of whether or not your mother consulted with your father on that day to up her insurance?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
You can answer it.
We were sitting at a table and filled out the paperwork together. We both signed to take out more life insurance on ourselves, and we did not consult with our husbands.
Okay. And at that point, did you take up the maximum amount of insurance that you could purchase at that point?
I did not because I could not afford it. I later did.
Okay, at the next period.
Yes,
But it's your understanding that without discussing with your father, your mother elected to up her insurance to the maximum amount.
I saw her check that box on the paper.
Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. And there was some testimony about a Google search for south-southwest wind. And that would have been on 9/8 of 19. Do you recall that?
I do.
And was that your father who did that search?
That was me.
And what was the purpose of doing that search?
I saw a rainstorm. We were planning an outdoor event, and I wanted to know if those clouds were coming our way. The weather forecast for where we live in Rexburg is sometimes inaccurate because we don't live in Rexburg. So I was trying to be an amateur meteorologist, and the weather app said it was coming from the southwest, and I didn't know if that meant it was coming or going from the southwest. And so I did a Google search on the desktop computer that my parents kept in the living room.
Okay.
That would have been typical at that time. I was late to getting a smartphone, so using a desktop computer would have been more comfortable for me. And it was common just to jump on the computer. There wasn't any login or anything, so it was just getting on the internet.
Okay, and the access to that computer, I'd like you to talk a little bit about where that computer was in relation to the rest of the house.
My parents had two different computers, a PC and a Mac. There's different capacities of each one, and my mom liked different parts of both for the business. So they had one of both, and they were next to each other in the living room. And the screens were set up so that way everybody could see the screen.
And you talked a little bit about your mother and the financial issues. When you talk about and I just had a lapse as to the name of your father's publishing company,
Spring Creek Book Company.
Spring Creek Book Company, and I'm going to mess it up again, so please bear with me. How would you describe the different roles of your father and mother in terms of their participation in the Spring Creek Book Company?
I would say that my dad was the creative side behind it, and my mom was the one that made everything happen with finances and logistics. My dad would find authors or potential authors that could write books, and he would meet with them and give them guidance to write. And my mother would help design book covers. Most of them she did by herself, and she would do the finances and taxes for the company. And they worked together on it. And I don't think they could have done each other's jobs.
But there was access in both of them. Was it necessary for both of them to know the passwords to all of the organizational, for lack of a better word, all of the organization of the Spring Creek Book Company?
Yes, they were both able to log into the required programs.
Okay, there was no need for them to be provided or have someone provide them with the passwords. They were both well aware of them?
That's correct. And my mother also would typically save her passwords. So even if you knew it, you wouldn't need to type it in.
Okay. I want to change gears a little bit. We're going to get back to your father and his artistic side in a minute. But I want to change gears about the physical description of the home that you're now living in. Would it be fair to say that it's a brick house,
Yes,
a one-story,
yes,
that there's a garage?
yes,
Is there an unusual structure that's attached to the back of the garage?
yes. The previous owner constructed a building over the pump house where the well is, the machinery that draws water for the house. And it's unheated. It's built from a different material than the rest of the house. There's not very much electricity that goes to it.
Okay. And did any of your brothers or sister ever use that, and what was the word for that?
Cozy cone,
Cozy, what?
cone,
Cone, C-O-N-E?
yes.
Okay. Is there a time when at least one of your brothers would use the cozy cone?
We all would periodically, the children. We would play musical instruments up there. It was far enough away from the rest of the house that you could play loudly on drums and it wouldn't annoy mom. And you could turn up your guitar amp as loud as you wanted and nobody could hear it. But I would go up there. My brother Mark would. My sister Leah would go up there to study sometimes because it was quieter.
Now, in terms of access to the cozy cone, is it true you have to go through the garage in order to get into the cozy cone?
Yes.
And how would you do that?
Well, you would open the door to go into the garage, walk through the garage, go through another doorway, and you would be in a hallway. And then to go upstairs, you would have to go through another doorway. It was really inconvenient.
Okay. I want to touch a little bit about your father's faith beliefs. And my understanding is you're of the LDS faith
Yes,
and you're a participant, an active participant in your faith. Is that correct?
yes.
How would you describe your father's faith?
I would say very traditional in what he believed. And he would research very carefully and he wanted to stick to as close as the original form as he could. So he was really interested in teachings from Joseph Smith and Brigham Young and similar early leaders of the church.
Would it be fair to describe your father as a fundamental?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. And you didn't share his religious beliefs?
not necessarily.
Okay. Some of them you were,
Yes,
some of them that are consistent with your current LDS faith. Is that correct?
yes,
Okay. But you would describe him as someone from days gone by, foregone?
yes,
Okay. Very traditional?
yes.
Okay. Literalist?
I don't know what you mean by that.
Looked at the words and applied the plain meaning of the words?
Yes,
Okay. And there's some theories that you didn't necessarily agree with him. Is that correct?
yes.
Would that be a subject of discussion at the dinner table
Uh,
when you were growing up?
Yes,
Okay. And do your brothers and sisters all share your father's fundamental beliefs?
I think they're more similar to me, that there's elements that they might feel drawn to and others that they don't.
Are there elements of your father's faith that you don't necessarily agree with?
Yes,
Okay. Okay. There's been some discussion about the idea of light and dark. Can you describe to me what you understand to be the concept of light and dark?
the phrases good and evil would be talking about your actions, what you chose to do, where light and dark would be talking about your motivations. Light, it means that you're acting selflessly like the Savior would be, and dark means that you're selfish, focusing inward like Satan would be.
Okay. Was this something that your mother, from your discussions with your family, shared with your father in terms of her beliefs?
Yes,
So would it be fair to say that your mother's beliefs, to your knowledge, were also of the fundamental or traditional node?
Probably more so than him.
Okay. Did she ever have discussions about putting numbers, death percentages or numbers, whether how light and how dark a person would be?
Yes,
Did she do that frequently?
yes.
Okay. Was it particularly about anybody, or was it as her day-to-day activities, she would make comments about that?
As she came across people and observed things, she would mention it.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, you had an occasion personally to deal with your mother's rating system in terms of dark. Is that correct?
Several.
Okay. And was there an occasion when your mother engaged in a practice of trying to rid some sort of dark entity from you?
Yes.
And can you describe what that was about?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Can you describe what that was about, please?
I have struggled with anxiety for years, and it was feeling very unmanageable. And I felt like there was a being that was with me. And I talked to my parents about it. And my dad cast it out using the power of the priesthood. And then I felt better afterwards.
Okay. When you say the power of the priesthood, what do you mean by that?
The power of God given by the laying on of hands.
Is that something that has to be specially endowed upon something, or is that some sort of a patriarchal role that someone gets as head of a family household?
Any eligible man can have it
Okay.
if they're living and keeping covenants in the church.
Okay. And on issues of covenants in the church, your father's not a perfect person, is he?
No,
And you're aware of a relationship that had been going on, and I'm not trying to embarrass you or cause you some difficulty, but you did subsequently learn that your father had a relationship with another woman,
yes,
and that was not an appropriate relationship.
it was not.
Okay. And at this point, it was, for all practical purposes, having a relationship with Lori Vallow while still being married to your mother.
That's correct.
And would you agree that not anybody's perfect?
Yes,
You're not perfect.
no,
None of us are perfect.
nobody.
So when you say qualified male to help with the dark spirit or the dark entity, what do you mean by that?
Like the procedure to get rid of it?
No, just the type of male. Is it someone who's head of a family, or what is it?
In that case, I wanted to talk to my parents, but because they were my leaders in our family. But any man who is an adult and can make the promises to keep teachings of the church and to use the power to serve other people is eligible to receive it. That wasn't unique to my father.
And then and giving blessings in not your father's faith, but in your faith, it's not uncommon for people to give blessings to each other. Would that be fair?
It's common for people to do that.
And it's common for people to offer to give blessings to people in your faith. Is that fair?
Yes,
And it could come from any direction. Would that be fair?
what do you mean?
Anybody can give another person a blessing,
Yes, as long as the man is eligible.
or anybody can give a blessing to, if you felt, if you felt moved, you could give a blessing to another male. Is that possible?
In the fundamentalist views, around the time of Joseph Smith, there were women that would do that. That's frowned upon today, though.
Okay, so at this point, it's usually the head of the male or a male person who is the one who would generally give the blessing to other people. Would that be fair?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. Now, while you were dealing with this dark entity, is it your understanding that when you're going through the process of trying to rid that dark entity or that feeling of, and would you describe it as just a feeling? Would that be a fair way to describe it?
I felt like there is an actual person trying to control me.
Okay. And at that point, after the conclusion of what your mother engaged in and your father engaged in, did you feel relieved or some some recovery as a result of that?
I instantly felt better. I felt like the individual that was trying to affect my body was gone.
Okay, and this is something that is not inconsistent with the LDS teachings, light and dark, and these sort of entities. Would that be fair?
And all Christianity in the Bible, the Savior would cast spirits out of people.
Okay. And at this point, as a result of casting out the spirits, does that mean that after they cast the spirits out, you die?
No,
Is there any instant that you can recall in your teachings as part of the fundamental or LDS church where by casting out a spirit, the result is someone dies?
no, the goal of it is so that way you have your own body back and can be in control of yourself.
Okay. Have you ever heard the word zombies?
Just on TV and
Okay.
movies.
Okay. And at this point, are you aware of whether by stating someone's a zombie and you do one of these castings, does that mean the person dies as well?
No,
Okay. And again, part of that casting and removal of the dark entities is also consistent with your LDS faith. Is that correct?
yes,
I want to talk to you a little bit about a subject called the emotion code. Are you familiar with that?
yes.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
It was developed by a man named Bradley Nelson. The idea of it is that you use
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Were you aware of whether or not your parents used the emotion code?
yes, they did.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
And I would use it.
Anything?
Hold on, before you keep answering, there's an objection that's pending. I am going to sustain the objection. There's been no relevance established for this, Mr. Pryor.
Okay. Well, I was trying to establish by having her talk about the emotion code, Judge.
Well, that's backwards of how we get evidence in, so please see either ask additional foundation or ask another topic.
Do you believe that your father and mother thought they could sense whether a person was light or dark?
Yes,
Was that something that was referred to as the emotion code?
no,
What is the emotion code?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
That's okay, Judge. We'll move on. Did you believe or ever observe your mother reflecting on her ability to identify what people's true intentions were?
yes.
And would you talk to me a little bit about that?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
World.
Talk to me a little bit about that.
My mother learned about muscle testing or reflexology as a child from her parents and later learned more about it through a class called the emotion code. The idea is that you use your body.
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you observe which one of your parents was better able to apply this issue of this true intentions?
My mother was more skilled at it.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about your father's books. And how would you describe your father's novels in terms of fiction or nonfiction?
He did write some nonfiction books and some fiction.
Okay. He also wrote children's books?
Yes.
And the theories and ideas in his books, where do you think he derived most of his inspiration from?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Overruled.
You may answer.
The Latter-day Saint Church
Okay.
and his own ideas.
Okay. And I want to clarify a little bit. When you say the Latter-day Saint Church, you're not necessarily meaning the current Latter-day Saint Church, are you?
No.
You're referring to what was at some time a more traditional view of some of the readings of the Latter-day Saints.
Yes.
And would you agree that it was your father's intention to sort of, and through his books, discuss some of those theories and express those through his books?
Yes, similar to how historical fiction can teach about the past, he wanted to teach about the future with fictional characters.
Okay. And it doesn't necessarily mean as someone like you who's has firm belief in the LDS faith, that you would necessarily agree with everything he put in his books. Would that be fair?
Yes, it was an interesting experience to read and to think about what I would do in similar situations, but I did not interpret it to be scripture in any way.
Nor did you interpret it something that you would generally accept or believe. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. How would you describe your father's personality?
Very introverted.
Much like your mother,
Yes.
without name calling, would you describe your mother and father as more of a bookworm type?
Yes.
Okay. But your father enjoyed expressing his views about his religious theories, correct?
He enjoyed speaking in front of groups and teaching, but not necessarily talking one-on-one with many individuals. That would be very draining for him. But talking in front of a group and teaching had a different energy about it.
Okay. And your father found great satisfaction in anyone who would take an ear expressing his views, and once he got on the subject, he would.
It was something he was passionate about, and he enjoyed talking about it.
And Judge, if I could just have a moment, I've got more to do, but if I could just recap real quick.
Go ahead.
Sorry, Your Honor. I want to talk to you a little bit about whether or not you know if your mother is familiar with paintball guns.
As a family and like her current family with husband and children.
I'm talking about from her past.
Oh, that's a common recreational thing where we grew up in Utah. It wasn't something she enjoyed doing, but she probably went at some point.
Okay. Were you familiar with her brother and uncle who were involved in that?
Yeah, she had an older brother and an uncle who was about their age that liked to do adventurous things.
Okay. So at the time, do you recall the incident with the paintball gun incident?
I do.
Do you recall approximately when the date of that was?
October 9th.
Did you have an occasion to talk to your mother about that?
Yes, I had been with her moments before. She had dropped me off from our clogging class, and then she went home. And she posted on Facebook about it. That's how I learned about it. And I called her immediately.
Okay. Was there any confusion as to what she felt someone was pointing at her?
She was very sure it was a paintball gun.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the day of your mother's passing. And if you need to take a break or use a tissue, please let me know, or water. Please stop me and we'll take whatever time you need, okay? You arrived at your mother and father's home approximately when on that day?
I don't recall an exact time, but it was before 7 o'clock in the morning.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Coroner Dye?
I did.
Can you tell me what the nature of that not necessarily what Coroner Dye expressed to you, but what you expressed to Coroner Dye?
Coroner Dye was inspecting my mom's body, and she asked us some questions about our wishes, and she offered an autopsy. In the area that we live in, the body would have to be taken to Boise, which is about 5 hours away, and it would delay the funeral. And this is my own personal view. I don't think autopsies should be done on anyone. And the idea of my mother's body undergoing that was very distressing to me.
Okay. Did your father at the time in front of Coroner Dye ever express an opinion as to whether he felt one way or the other about getting an autopsy?
He did not.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation, lack of foundation.
If you would rephrase that, Mr. Pryor, to make sure it's something she observed and not through other
Okay.
means.
Did you ever observe your father have a discussion with Coroner Dye on the subject of an autopsy?
My father was very distressed and was not speaking at that moment.
Okay.
He didn't express any opinion.
Okay. Did you express an opinion to Coroner Dye about what your wishes were?
I did not want an autopsy.
Did your father agree with you or disagree, or do you know what kind of a position he may or may not have taken at that point?
He nodded.
Okay. But he wasn't the one insisting, to your recollection, on having an autopsy done, was he?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time, did your father express an opinion as to whether or not he wanted an autopsy or not?
Objection, Your Honor, this calls for speculation.
Overruled.
May I
any-
go voir dire a native objection?
That's the way it was worded. It's a proper question the court will determine. So go ahead, Mr. Pryor.
Can answer that question, Emma.
Will you repeat it?
Madam Clerk, would you repeat the question for Emma?
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay. This calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
He never expressed an opinion.
Okay. At the time of the discovery, the passing of your mother, how would you describe your father's emotions?
He was more distressed than I've ever seen him in my entire life. I'm used to, well, at that time I was an adult, but he felt like an adultier adult. I was used to my parents being in control and in charge, and seeing him so distressed and emotionally out of control was very scary to me. And I didn't doubt his grief at all. I'd never seen him more upset than in that moment.
Would you be able to assess whether that was genuine grief or not?
It appeared to be genuine grief.
Is there any doubt in your mind?
No doubt at all.
Okay. You understand that at the time he was involved in an affair with another woman, correct?
Correct.
But in spite of that, you still felt that he was genuinely grieved about your mother's death.
But I know that the grief that he felt was real. He may not have had the same romantic relationship with my mother that he had in the past, but I know that he valued her as a person, and seeing her die was very traumatic.
I want to move forward to a trip to California in November. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Okay. And can you give me an idea of approximately when that trip was in November?
it was right before Thanksgiving
Okay.
and over Thanksgiving break.
And in terms of how that trip came about, I would like to start with, you started somewhere in Idaho, is that correct?
Correct.
And who was on that trip?
My father, me, my husband, our son, my sister, her husband, their son, my brother Garth.
So if I go back over that long list, your sister Leah was there
Yes,
with her husband,
yes,
your husband Joe,
yes,
you,
yes,
Garth.
yes.
Garth didn't have his wife at that point.
He
is
was
that-
not married at that time.
Okay. And then in addition, your father.
Yes,
And you left the St. Anthony Rexburg area fair.
yes.
Where did you go?
We drove to the Salt Lake Airport.
Okay. And then from the Salt Lake Airport, what did you do?
We flew to California.
Okay. And then what did you do in California?
We went to Knott's Berry Farm.
Okay. How long of a trip was that?
Just a few days.
Was it a Thanksgiving trip of some kind?
Yes.
Okay. And then what was your father's plans after that weekend?
He was going to go live in Hawaii.
Okay. And was that going to be a permanent move?
No,
Temporary?
that's what he said.
Okay. And was there any secrecy applied to that meeting? Was there any way that he was trying to conceal where he was going or what he was doing?
No.
Okay. So it was public airline tickets,
Yes.
public transportation,
Yes.
public hotels.
Yes.
Okay. Public planning.
Yes.
Okay. And at some point, was someone else planning on going on that trip with you?
Yes, Lori Vallow attended with us.
Okay. Did she drive from Rexburg, St. Anthony area with you folks to Salt Lake City?
She did not leave the same time we did. And she
Okay,
did not leave from the same location.
okay. Do you know where she left from?
I do not.
Do you know when she arrived with you in California?
She arrived later that night, about 12 hours after we had left. She arrived by vehicle.
Okay. Did you ever find out why she was not going with you folks uh, for the drive to Salt Lake and then the plane trip from Salt Lake to California?
She told me that she was with.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
She told me that she was
on.
with, oh, sorry.
Hang on.
Can answer that.
Was there a discussion with her about what she was planning on doing prior to arriving in California?
Objection, Your Honor, this still calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Was there at any time um, did you learn at any time what Lori Vallow was doing before she arrived at California?
Objection, Your Honor, this still calls for hearsay.
Response, Mr. Pryor?
It doesn't call for hearsay. I'm asking whether she learned of something, Judge. I'm not asking what she said to her.
Your Honor, may I voir dire native objection?
No, I'll overrule the objection. She can answer.
Did you at any time learn of where Lori Vallow was doing on the before she arrived in California?
She told me that she was.
Hang on. I don't want you to say what she told you, whether you learned information.
I learned that.
Objection, Your Honor, this is why it calls for hearsay.
Judge, I'm not again asking for what Ms. Vallow may have said, although I think a statement of a co-conspirator, it comes in anyway.
Well, that is true. Co-conspirator statements do come in.
Your Honor, not from, only as a party opponent, so the state would still object. This calls for hearsay. It's not based on personal knowledge.
Judge, there's no indication that Ms. Vallow is on my side or in any way in support of.
Your Honor, case law is clear.
All right.
Judge, would this
Let
be
me-
a time to take a break?
Yeah, I don't want to have continued argument over this in the juror's presence. I want to make sure that we're going into these types of issues. I get a clear ruling before we continue with objections in front of the jurors. So why don't we go ahead and take the morning recess a little earlier for 20 minutes here, and then I'll hear additional voir dire on this and argument in aid of objection if there is any, and we'll make a ruling before we get back on with additional testimony. So that'll be the time for the morning recess, and we'll go ahead and take the break now.
And may she be excused to, at this point, she's coming back. May she be
Sure,
excused? to-
she can step off the stand and
Thank
take a
you, Your
break also, just not to discuss her testimony with anyone else, including you, Mr. Pryor.
Okay, thank you, Judge.
All right.
All right, please.
Emma, you can go back. I just can't talk to you.
Over the break here, you indicated case law is clear. I'd like to know if you have any citations for me to consider over the break.
Your Honor, and if I may have a moment to find the brief, this issue was actually pre-litigated when the cases, I believe, were still joined.
Okay.
And so I do have a motion that was previously in a brief that was previously provided to this court on the issue of statements of co-conspirators.
Okay, we'll take the recess and I'll perhaps have my staff attorney, Ms. Stallings, see if you have a citation or a reference to a previous ruling the court's made on the issue and get that before we come back on for argument at some point. Likewise, if there's anything from the defense in support, Mr. Pryor, I'll give you obviously the same opportunity and then we'll argue it on the record before we
Thank
make
you,
any
Judge.
decision. All right, so we'll be on recess.
All right. Folks, stay where you are for just a moment. All rise. Mr. Court, again in session. Honorable Stephen W. Boyd, judge presiding.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, we're back on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We took the mid-morning recess. There was a pending objection on a hearsay grounds, and the court wanted to hear additional argument in making rulings on that because I think it's apparently a line of questioning that may come up more than just a single question. So there was a reference from the state that there was some either previous ruling or case law that may govern. So in support of the proposed objection, I'll allow the state to make any argument. I'll hear any response from the defense, and we'll go ahead and argue this matter outside of the presence of the jurors, who I will note are not present in the courtroom at this time. Ms. Blake, what is the response from the state in aid of your objection on the question about statements made by Lori Vallow on this trip?
Thank you, Your Honor. Idaho Rule of Evidence 801 D2E excludes from the definition of hearsay a statement by a co-conspirator made during the course and in furtherance of the conspiracy. The scope of the co-conspirator exception is narrow, and the requirements that the co-conspirator's statement be made during the course of and in furtherance of the conspiracy is a prerequisite to admissibility that must be scrupulously observed, as set forth in State v. Harris 141 Idaho 721. Idaho Rule 801 makes clear that an exception to a hearsay requirement is if it is offered against the opposing party. So specifically, and this is actually a case from the Federal Court of the Northern District of California from 2022, State v. Garcia, citation U.S. District Lexus 98958. And it says an out-of-court statement is not hearsay if it is offered against an opposing party and was made by the party's co-conspirator during and in furtherance of the conspiracy. The statement of a co-conspirator is admissible against the defendant if the government makes a showing. I think there is some reference that can be made to the Crawford analysis when it comes to testimonial statements. However, nothing being proposed to be offered today would even be testimonial. I think Rule 801 and laying out the hearsay exceptions make it very clear, as well as that case from California, that the statement of a co-conspirator is the co-conspirator is a party opponent to the state, not to the other co-defendant or co-conspirator. Therefore, the introduction of a statement made by a co-conspirator is not an automatic hearsay exception for a co-conspirator, since the state would be the party opponent, not the other co-conspirators. Statements of co-conspirators are admissible as hearsay exceptions against other co-conspirators as introduced by the state. So I think the only times that there could be an exception would be if it was the testimonial and would fall under the Crawford exception in looking at whether or not there's a confrontational clause that comes into play. I don't think there's any indication that we're even within that realm. And I think the rule alone in Idaho is pretty clear that it is a statement of a party opponent. Co-conspirators are not party opponents.
All right, thank you, Ms. Blake. Mr. Pryor, how would these responses not be subject to the hearsay rule?
Judge, a statement by a party opponent, and Mr. Blake was kind enough to point out that she's the party opponent in this case. And a statement is not hearsay if it's made against a party opponent. The allegations that the state are making is that somehow Ms. Vallow and Mr. Daybell were involved in a conspiracy. The statement by Ms. Vallow would suggest that Mr. Daybell was not part of that conspiracy, and thus a statement against the party opponent, the state of Idaho, in their prosecution of Chad Daybell.
All right, I've considered the argument here, and on the ruling, certainly interesting issue, and I appreciate the parties allowing time for the court to consider this also. I think two things looking at, number one, whether or not this would be some statement coming in furtherance of the conspiracy. And I think obviously it's problematic if the defense is proffering that these statements are in furtherance of the conspiracy that involves the defendant being alleged as a co-conspirator. And also on the exception for an opposing party in the State versus Garcia site. Looking at the rule here where this is being offered in the defense case in chief and the statements of this co-conspirator, this is different than obviously the state putting on evidence alleging a conspiracy amongst co-conspirators. This is a witness called by the defense, and I do again think it's really problematic if there's some sort of proffer that statements were made here in furtherance of the conspiracy, which is generally where that rule allows for the exception. I also find that the state is not a party opponent. We're not quite ready, sorry. False alarm. All right, I'll just note on the record, the jurors started entering the courtroom, but were excused without hearing any of the court's ruling here. For these reasons, though, also it's not a statement of offered against the opposing party here. There's no indication that there's any statements directly from Lori Vallow about or against the state of Idaho here. So the court is going to sustain the objection on this or any other grounds that come up in relation to statements made by Lori Vallow, unless, again, they fall within these narrow exceptions under 801 D2E. The court finds that does not apply as an exception, so I am going to sustain the hearsay objection. So that'll be the court's ruling.
And Judge, if I could have some parameters, my understanding is that the court is excluding Emma Murray from stating what Lori Vallow told her, but that doesn't exclude me from inquiring as to whether there was a discussion about a particular topic. At least the way I read the rules, that doesn't exclude me from inquiring as to whether a particular topic was discussed with Ms. Murray and Ms. Vallow. Is that correct?
All right, well, my ruling is limited to the line of questionings that came up. So whether or not, again, it goes into hearsay and eliciting statements made by Lori Vallow that are asserted for the truth of the matter asserted, the court would take those up individually if they come up again. But this is the framework going forward as it relates to comments she may have made. So there may be other exceptions that would apply, and I don't know what comments or statements she made and whether they'd be subject to any other rule. But in terms of the co-conspirator exception, that'll be the court's ruling.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, thank you. That'll be the ruling then on that. And so we'll go ahead and have the jurors return since I know they're ready, and then we'll have the witness please return to the stand. And Mr. Pryor, you can take the podium.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, you talk with again for you.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, the court will note the jurors are returned to the courtroom at this time. We appreciate your patience as we work through an evidentiary matter. We do have Ms. Murray on the stand. I'll remind you, you're still under oath for your testimony. On direct examination from the defense, Mr. Pryor, if you'd like to continue, you may.
I just want to advise you that you can't tell me what someone said and repeat what someone said, but you can answer my questions without telling me what the person actually said to you. Do you understand that?
Yes,
Okay. So it's your understanding that at the Knott's Berry Farm trip, Lori Vallow came from another direction. Is that correct?
yes,
She didn't participate in the travel plans with you to California. Is that correct?
yes,
At any time, without telling me what she said, was the topic of the location of the children discussed with her?
yes,
Okay. At any time, did you and your father ever discuss his knowledge of where the children might be?
yes.
Okay. What do you understand your father's knowledge of where the children were located during the time that investigators were looking for them?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
Go ahead.
From my understanding, and from I was told that the children were in a safe place.
Okay. And was that understanding through your discussions with your dad?
Yes,
At any time, did your dad actually know where that safe place was with your discussions?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay. The only way she'd know this is based on hearsay and calls for speculation.
Sustained.
At any time, did your father ever tell you where he might think the children might be?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Judge, I'm not asking for an answer. I'm asking whether there was a discussion regarding that subject.
May I have a quick sidebar with counsel? All right, thank you, counsel. The court reviewed that previous ruling objection to hearsay. The court is going to sustain the objection.
So at some point, is it fair to say that you had a discussion or multiple discussions with your dad about where the children might or might not be?
yes,
I want to go to the issue of the planning of your mother's service. Were you present at the time for the planning of that service?
yes.
Who was present at that time?
Um, when we first talked about choosing a day for the funeral, we were meeting with the mortician and
Who was that?
it was from he was from Flam Funeral Home. I don't recall his name.
Okay.
And
Were you given a couple of options as to when to have the service?
yes,
And what were those days?
they gave us the choice of Tuesday and Saturday. There were other customers that the funeral home was helping, and those were the only days that they were available to have her ready by.
Okay, so I want to clarify something. Your mother passed on that Friday, Saturday.
Yes,
You're not talking the actual Saturday where the unfortunate time you've discovered your mother. You're talking a week later?
yes, 7 days after that.
So was that a family discussion as to whether or not you would do it on the Tuesday or the Saturday?
Yes,
And then the decision to have the funeral in, and I'm going to hack the town again, Springville.
yes,
Is that the name of the town again?
yep, Springville.
Spring Creek, Springville. I'm going to mess this up. So please forgive me. So the decision to have it in Springville, was that also a family discussion?
Yes.
And the decision was made for Springville as opposed to Rexburg. Why?
My mother had lived in Springville far longer than she had lived in Rexburg, and her family still lived there. And there was a family plot in the cemetery, so it just seemed like the natural decision to bury her there.
Okay. Okay. I want to go back a little bit about the outdoors and your mother's participation in the outdoor activities around the property. Can you elaborate a little bit about what your mother's primary interest and role was in terms of the outdoors?
She loved to nurture things, so taking care of animals and gardening and growing plants. She really wanted to have a strawberry patch and raspberries. She liked cute little critters like ducks and chickens and rabbits, and she would take care of them.
Now, in terms of managing the pet cemetery, was that your father's role or your mother's role to manage that?
My mother's,
Okay, and she was the one primarily responsible?
yes,
So your father didn't necessarily go there and participate in anything with the pet cemetery. Would that be fair?
yes, that's fair.
Okay, so anything that changed or anything that was modified in terms of the pets or pet cemetery, would your mother be aware of it?
She would be aware.
Okay. Okay. And you recall that you've seen some evidence, actually the news, it's been all over the news about an email that your father sent to your mother on September 9th, correct?
Yes,
Mr. Pryor, quick sidebar, please. All right, Mr. Pryor, please continue.
You recall reading an email on September 9th about shooting some raccoons and burying it in the pet cemetery. Is that correct?
it was a text message, I believe, but yes, I did.
Would it be unusual for your father to send your mother a message if he was involved in the something involving the pet cemetery?
Objection, Your Honor. May I voir dire native objection?
You may.
Miss Murray, did your parents tell you about every message they ever sent each other?
No,
Did you look at their phone records routinely?
no,
Did you look through their phones routinely?
no,
Your Honor, this would call for speculation. I'm going to object.
Sustained.
Okay. Again, it was your mother's primary responsibility to manage the pet cemetery, correct?
yes,
And it would be, if your father were to do something in the pet cemetery, would it be unusual for your father to have to let your mother know that he was doing something?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
I'll move on, Judge. You mentioned that you lived kitty corner to the your dad's house. Is that correct?
yes,
And has there been occasions when you folks have also encountered issues with animals on the property?
yes,
And in some of those instances, were those animals buried as a result of being shot
yes,
on your property?
yes,
Okay. And do you have any knowledge about animals being shot on your dad's property as a result of issues with either livestock or otherwise?
yes.
Okay. And some of the animals that were on your father's property at the time, can you go through the list of different type of animals that were on your father's property at that time?
There were a lot of cats. We live right by a busy highway, And so all throughout, there's stray cats that get hit and my mother would feel bad for them and they weren't even our cat and they'd get buried. And some pet dogs, raccoons, skunks, rabbits, ducks, chickens, sometimes sparrows even too.
And your mother was a kind and considerate person,
Yes,
and she felt that that was the reason for why she erected the pet cemetery. Is that correct?
even if it was a pest animal, she didn't want them to be disrespected.
Now, I noticed that when you ran off the laundry list of animals, that during the time period of, let's start with the beginning of November or beginning of 2019 through at the time when your father was accused of this. Are you aware of whether or not your father owned a dog?
My father did not own a dog. He does not like dogs.
So there was no dog on the property at that point. Is that correct?
Correct.
That they owned.
Oh, that they owned, yes.
You guys had a dog across the street, right?
We did.
Okay. And you don't know whether Regan Price and her family had dogs, right?
They sometimes have, but I wasn't sure at that time if they did.
I want to talk to you a little bit about your feelings about law enforcement in this case. And there's been some mention previously about your, at least indicating that you had some difficulty with law enforcement. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, when I first, I heard from Garth that a detective had come and
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay, you can't say what Garth told you, but I want to talk about your personal experiences in dealing with law enforcement and how you felt about that.
I was aware of an event that had happened with my brother and I wanted to learn more about it. So I contacted the same detective that had talked to him.
Now, in an instant, was it that same detective who talked to you about the exhumation of your mother?
Yes,
And who was that detective?
Detective Hope.
Now, do you recall when you had that discussion about the exhumation of your mother?
December 13th, 2019.
Okay, and at that time, was it your indication that your mother had not been exhumed?
Yes, I thought she was resting in peace, just like we left her.
Okay, and was the subject of the discussion with Officer Hope that your mother in the future would be exhumed?
But he said it had already happened.
Okay. And was that the first time you heard about it?
Yes.
And if you need to take a break, you tell me, okay?
Okay.
At any time prior to your mother being exhumed, did anybody from law enforcement ever tell you that your mother was being exhumed?
No,
Did you ever hear from your mother's family in Springville that they were going to exhume your mother from the ground?
no, nobody knew.
Okay. And to your knowledge, the amount of time, do you have any information as to the amount of time from the minute they started the exhumation to when she was placed back in her grave? How much period of time that was?
At the time, I didn't know.
Okay. Were you ever misled about whether there was going to be an exhumation or not after the exhumation took place?
No,
You were never misled?
I don't understand the question.
Okay. Did an officer ever tell you that they were going to do an exhumation even though it had already occurred?
Yes,
Who was that?
Detective Hope.
Okay. At any time, did the events that led up to your father's arrest cause you to have concern about law enforcement?
Yes,
What kind of concerns did you have with law enforcement?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Sustained.
Did you feel like you were at any time under scrutiny as part of this case?
yes.
What sort of situations was it that felt that you were placed under scrutiny?
Any interaction I had with law enforcement.
Okay, was there an occasion at a gym that caused you particular concern?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Overruled.
Was there a particular situation at a gym that caused you particular concern?
Yes,
What was that situation?
I went to exercise with my sister-in-law
Who
and
was the sister-in-law?
Michaela Daybell,
Okay, that would be who's,
my brother Seth's wife.
okay. I can't keep all of you straight. I'm sorry. And then what transpired at that point? What did you observe?
We were in a section of the gym with lightweight dumbbells, and Detective Hermosillo came and started exercising near us. And it seemed like a part of the gym that would have been too easy for him, and he stood closer to us than felt comfortable.
Objection, Your Honor. This is calling for speculation.
Judge, she's describing an event, not describing, speculating about anything.
It's overruled.
Go ahead.
He was standing closer to us than felt comfortable, and it felt like he was trying to listen in on our conversation.
Were there other occasions, either at church or otherwise, where you felt that people were maybe judging you?
Yes,
Give me an example.
I had a detective from Madison County confront me in the hallway at church.
Okay. And was that an uncomfortable situation?
It was really uncomfortable, and I haven't attended that congregation since.
And was that a situation where your role at the church was what at the time?
I was asked to help teach young children in the nursery. And my daughter was in that class, so I was really excited to.
Did this particular detective have some sort of authority over the church or a position in the church that allowed him to dictate whether you were schooling young children or not?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevance.
Sustained.
And Judge, if I could have just a moment, please.
You may.
Did you have an occasion to meet with that same Detective Hope at your school?
Yes,
Do you recall when that was?
I only met with him one time.
Okay. Do you recall what the nature of that conversation was?
Um, The idea was I wanted to ask him what was going on, why he was contacting members of my family.
In what regard?
He was asking where my dad was, and we gave him my dad's phone number and told him he was in Hawaii, but they said that they had no way of contacting him. That seemed untrue.
Because you had previously provided that phone
We
information?
provided contact information, and they said he was in hiding, but we told them where he was
And when do you recall telling them where your dad was in Hawaii?
at that meeting.
Okay. So a suggestion that you felt that the suggestion that they weren't able to locate your dad and that he was somehow running or hiding was inaccurate?
Yes,
Okay. I want to talk to you about the day that you were present for your dad being arrested. Do you recall that? Do
yes,
you know the day that that was?
June 9th.
Okay. And on that particular day, we've previously seen some videotape of you approaching your father, and it was an emotional situation. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to talk to you a little bit about how the car was positioned in relation to the property, your father's property.
It was parked parallel on the side of the road,
What road was that? Do you recall?
200 north.
Okay. So if the car was pointed towards Salem Highway, the nose of it, correct?
Yes,
And the rear was parked down 200, correct?
yes.
So it was pulled over on the side of the road. If someone were to look out the right side of the car window, what would you be looking at?
The house.
If someone were to be looking and turning and looking behind the seat, back towards the trunk or that corner, what would they be looking at?
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Overruled.
What would they be looking at?
Whatever was behind the car.
It wouldn't be by turning around and looking back, you wouldn't be looking at the property, would you?
No.
Okay. Now, there was an occasion that during this investigation of your father's property, that your father was over at your home that day. Is that correct?
Yes,
And did you have a discussion with your father about what he was intending to do?
yes,
Did you have an occasion to observe him leave the house?
yes,
Did he leave the house at that time? And I'm going to use a phrase, flee the scene?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Did you observe your father racing off at a high rate of speed once he left the house?
but the speed limit's 50 miles per hour. I saw him drive that speed.
Okay, and he left the house and did it appear to you that he was in a hurry?
No,
Okay. Now you have a recollection of who he was going to see, correct?
yes,
Yeah. And who was he going to see?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Was there a discussion with you being present that he was going to visit a lawyer?
yes,
Objection, Your Honor, move to strike, calls for hearsay, leading.
Sustained, and I'll strike the question and the jury's disregard that question.
But in any event, your father was not.
Objection, Your Honor, this is going to call for speculation.
I agree, and it's leading, so sustained.
Okay. Did you observe your father speeding off from the house on the day of June 9th?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
And again, Judge, if I could have a minute. On the day of your mother's funeral, how would you describe your father's reaction?
typical for any grieving Latter-day Saint husband.
What does that mean?
He cried. He also seemed happy at moments.
And when you say typical, what do you mean? Is that typical?
Latter-day Saints believe that we will be resurrected and be with our families forever. So a funeral isn't saying goodbye forever. It's a see you later. It's a break.
Okay. So would it be fair to say that he had mixed emotions, both positive and negative emotions?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
Would it be fair to say that he had mixed emotions?
Yes,
Judge, that's all I have. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Pryor. All right, Ms. Blake, cross-examination.
Miss Murray, is it okay if I call you Miss Murray?
yes,
Mr. Pryor started off saying that he told you to tell the truth here today. Do you recall that?
yes,
And you said you'd met with Mr. Pryor maybe 3 times.
that I recall.
You've been talking with your dad almost daily over the last several years, correct?
Yes,
Lots of conversations with your dad.
yes,
Do you recall your dad in early June of 2020 telling you not to cooperate with law enforcement?
I don't remember him saying that.
You don't remember a phone call in which he relayed to you, probably better if you just don't cooperate?
I don't remember that.
Do you remember then telling the FBI you were not going to meet with them anymore?
I chose not to do that because of counsel from another attorney.
But it was after having that conversation with your dad, correct?
No,
Was it after June 9th of 2020 that you told him that?
yes,
After June 10th of 2020 that you told him that?
I don't remember.
Do you recall visiting with your dad as well?
Yes,
Do you recall a visit on around November 23rd of last year?
not specifically.
Do you recall having a visit where you and your dad talked about that 5K race?
Yes,
And do you recall your dad telling you that you might want to say certain things?
no,
You don't recall that?
no,
Do you recall then talking about a race in 2013?
yes,
You recall your dad saying, once again, maybe say that?
no,
Do you recall your dad talking to you about the one that exercised with you at Zumba that Tammy wasn't able to keep up? She would just make up her own moves. Do you recall your dad telling you that?
no,
But you've had a lot of visits with your dad,
yes.
so it may be hard to remember everything he's told you.
He's never told me to say anything.
So you don't recall him telling you those things.
No,
You talked about you were worried about your mom's health,
yes,
but your mom went to a doctor, right? She'd been there for a wrist recently.
just for the wrist.
Surprised you to learn that no mention of current anemia in her medical records?
Because she hadn't been to the doctor since 2017.
When did your mom go to the doctor for a wrist?
In 2019, that's a
Okay.
2-year gap.
You just answer the question. So when did your mom go for her wrist?
In 2019,
Her medical records say nothing about current anemia. Does that surprise you?
yes,
Her medical records say nothing about sleep apnea, correct?
uh, I don't know.
Would it surprise you that they don't say anything about sleep apnea?
No,
Talked about your mom going to bed early. Again, what time did you say she'd go to bed?
it varied depending on the day, but 5, 6, 7 o'clock,
Were you over at the residence when she'd go to bed?
usually,
Would you go in and visit with her?
if she was awake.
Would you go watch her while she was in bed?
No,
So you don't know what she did when she went to bed. Fair to say?
fair.
So you don't know what she would do with the Fitbit when she went to bed, right?
I watched her do it several times.
Several times. You didn't watch her nightly go to bed.
I did not.
You say your mom went to bed that early, 6, 7, 7 at the latest. Is that your recollection?
On some nights, she probably stayed up later.
How much later?
I don't know.
Because you weren't there, right?
Correct?
So surprise you to learn that on October 18th, there was activity on her phone at 10:22 p.m.
No,
That's a lot later than 7.
she had been sick that night. I stay up later when I'm sick and have just thrown up as well.
Were you there that night?
No,
Did you see her throw up?
no,
So you don't know.
nope,
You only know what you were told.
yes,
You were asked about this book fair. And you talked about your mom carrying a heavy box. Do you recall that?
yes,
But your mom was carrying the box, right?
yes,
So she was able to carry a box,
barely,
but she was doing it, correct?
yes,
You were asked about who drives the Dodge Dakota. Do you recall that question?
yes.
Any reason why your husband would have referred to the truck keys as your mother's?
They had 2 sets. And the set that my husband used was my mom's.
Any reason why he would have to get those keys from your mom?
Yes.
Why was that?
He wanted to borrow the truck to work potato harvest, and she was the closest of my two parents to him.
So they both had keys to it,
Yes,
both access it,
yes,
both could drive it.
yes.
You talked about your mom playing on the Wii. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And what kind of game was that again?
an exercise game.
Did you see her do that a lot?
In 2018 and earlier.
Was that something that she enjoyed?
Yes,
Fair to say your mom enjoyed physical activity?
she enjoyed video games.
And when you say video games, some of them, you described the Wii. Were there other types of video games your mom liked?
Yes,
And what were those?
farming simulations, Pokemon.
Would she play those on her phone? Do you know?
Yes, and other handheld devices.
And then she liked to play the Wii as well.
Periodically.
And she took self-defense classes.
Not formal classes, it was with our church.
But was that a voluntary thing?
Yes,
So she wanted to go do that,
yes,
and that's physical activity.
yes,
She wanted to participate in Zumba, correct?
yes,
She wanted to do clogging.
yes.
She was training for a 5K.
No,
You say she wasn't training for a 5K.
she was not training for a 5K.
Would it surprise you that other people said she was?
No,
We talked earlier a little bit. You weren't privy to all your mom and dad's communications, right?
no,
You weren't privy to all your mom's conversations that she'd have with people, correct?
correct.
So at school, she may have conversations when you weren't around, right?
Yes,
She may tell people things that you have no idea she told them, right?
yes,
And council talked to you about an insurance policy that was increased. Do you recall that?
yes,
And you said your mom did that on her own.
yes.
Why was your dad's signature on the application?
I think she took out insurance on him.
Your Honor, may I be handed States Exhibit 151?
Yes.
And Your Honor, may I ask that the witness be shown this exhibit?
You may. I'll have the marshal please retrieve that.
And I don't know if council needs to see this as well.
I'm good, Judge. Thank you. I'm good. No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
And Ms. Murray, if you can just look that over. Did you have a chance to look that over?
Yes,
Do you see on the back page whose signatures were there?
yes.
And whose are those?
It says employee's signature, Tamara M. Daybell. Spouse's signature of applying for coverage, Chad G. Daybell.
And do you see dates by those?
9/8/19.
Is it the same date on both signatures?
Yes,
And can you see that that's only insurance for your mother?
yes,
Your Honor, may I be handed that exhibit?
Yes, I'll have the bailiff retrieve that, please.
And Permission to publish from the Elmo.
You may publish.
And Miss Marie, can you see which company this is through?
Yes,
And what company is that?
life map.
And then do you see kind of towards the bottom a box marked with an amount?
Yes,
And what is that box?
80,000.
And then is this back page the page you were just looking at?
Yes,
And Miss Marie, I believe you indicated that your parents would share their passwords with each other.
yes,
So is it fair to say that they could access each other's accounts?
yes,
So your dad could delete emails or block contacts on your mom's account?
if you knew how.
And you were asked about whether or not your mom was familiar with paintball guns. Do you recall that?
Yes,
And who is Garth Daybell?
Garth is my older brother.
Would it surprise you to learn or to hear Garth say that she wasn't familiar with paintball guns?
I don't think he said that.
Would it surprise you if he did?
Yeah, that would surprise me.
Did you ever shoot paintball guns with your mom?
No,
Ever see your mom with a paintball gun?
no,
Ever see your mom with a rifle?
no,
Ever see your mom with an assault rifle?
no.
And council talked to you about when you learned your mother had been exhumed. Again, do you recall approximately when you learned that?
Yes,
And when was that again?
December 13th.
And you talked about a meeting that you had with Detective Hope. Is it that same meeting?
Yes,
And do you recall at that meeting, Detective Hope inquiring of you or letting you know that they were still concerned with the whereabouts of JJ Vallow?
yes,
Do you recall him telling you that they were still looking for him?
yes,
You talked about seeing Detective Hermosillo at the gym sometime. Do you recall approximately when that was?
it was after my dad had been arrested, so sometime after 2020 or during that year.
And when you met with Detective Hope, do you recall him telling you that all they wanted to see was JJ was safe and find out where he was located?
Yes,
Do you recall indicating that you were in contact with your dad at that time?
yes,
Did you ever ask your dad where JJ Vallow was?
yes.
What did he tell you?
He told me that he was in a safe place.
Did you ever ask your dad where Tylee Ryan was?
Yes,
What did he tell you?
in a safe place.
Do you know where JJ and Tylee were found?
Yes,
Where?
in the backyard
Of whose property?
of my dad's property.
You indicated that you live kitty corner to your parents, or that you did live kitty corner to your parents' residence. Is that right?
Yes, I used to.
What direction was that from your parents' residence?
It was towards Rexburg, which I believe is to the south. Southwest.
And you indicated that on September 8th, you were searching for southwest wind.
Yes,
So you happened to be searching for southwest wind the last day Tylee Ryan was seen alive?
yes,
The day before Alex Cox or a device associated with him was on your dad's property.
yes,
The day before your dad sent your mom a message about shooting a raccoon and burning limbs on that property.
yes,
We talked about your dad, some of the things that he would teach you, including light and dark. Do you recall that?
yes,
Have you tried to discern light and dark?
yes,
Did your dad ever teach you about zombies?
no,
Did he ever teach you about castings?
yes,
And I think you talked about your mom doing something like that.
yes,
Is that correct?
yes.
Would you qualify that as a casting?
What my mother would do?
Yes.
Yes,
And you said that it helped you.
yes,
Are you still alive?
yes,
Did your dad teach you about multi-creations?
yes,
You said he didn't teach you about zombies.
yes,
I think you said your dad was passionate and he enjoyed talking about his views.
yes,
Your dad ever talked to you about death percentages?
yes,
Did your dad ever talk to you about people being close to death?
yes,
Do you recall any specific people your dad talked to you about being close to death?
yes.
And who was that?
Well, my mom was one of the people, but it was not death so much as how connected your spirit was to your body. My mom would feel lightheaded and say she didn't feel quite connected to herself, and they would reconnect her spirit to her body.
When your dad would talk to you about castings, did he explain to you anything about the body having to die?
No,
Explain anything to you about the body having to be destroyed?
no,
And again, didn't talk to you about zombies.
no,
Were you privy to all your dad's conversations with people?
no.
But your dad liked to share his views, correct?
Yes.
Your dad ever talked to you about Alex Cox?
No,
Did your dad ever talk to you about Lori Vallow before your mom passed away?
no,
So you don't know what he talked to Lori and Alex about.
I don't.
And council talked to you about some of the books your dad writes. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Have you read a lot of his books?
all of them.
So are you aware in his autobiography that he indicates the visions in his books are true? Things
Ye-
that he's seen?
Yes,
And is it fair to say the books or were they sold at religious bookstores?
yes,
So some people may have put more stock into them.
yes,
And you, council talked to you about priesthood blessings a little bit. Do you recall that?
yes,
And I think you made the statement, a man living the covenants would be worthy or could give a priesthood blessing.
yes,
Is committing adultery living the covenants?
no,
When did you learn that your dad was having an affair with Lori Vallow?
After he was arrested.
Was it quite a while after he was arrested?
Well, I heard about things in the news after Lori was arrested in February of 2020, but I learned more after he was arrested, very shortly after, once again, the news.
Do you recall participating in an interview where you indicated that you didn't believe he'd had a physical affair?
Yes,
And that was about sometime in 2021?
yes,
Did you know of the physical affair at that point?
no,
So it was sometime after that that you learned of the physical affair?
yes.
And then I do want to talk to you a little bit about the day that your mom passed away. Were you present at the residence when 911 was first called?
No,
When you arrived at the residence, who else was there?
my father, my older brother Garth, my husband, uh, sheriff's deputy. There may have been two, but I remember one that walked with me from my house. And the coroner was, I think, arriving the same time that I was. I can't remember if she was there before me or not.
Were you, is it fair to say your dad had conversations possibly outside of your presence?
Yes,
Were you there when your dad was providing your mom's medical history to Deputy Greenalch, the officer?
yes,
Were you there when he provided it to Deputy Coroner Cammie Wilmore?
yes,
And were you there when he provided it to Coroner Brenda Dye?
yes.
Did you provide any statements about your mom's health at that time?
I don't remember.
You said that you had serious concerns about her health though, right?
Yes,
But you don't remember if you said anything.
she wasn't talking to me, so I didn't answer her.
At any point, did you reach out to law enforcement to tell them about any concerns you had about your mom's medical conditions?
It wasn't a crime, so no.
You were asked about when your mom was exhumed. Did you know there was going to be an autopsy?
Um, I assumed there would be.
Did you reach out to anyone then to let them know of your concerns?
Family members.
Did you reach out to law enforcement?
No, I didn't feel like they would help me since they were the ones conducting it.
But you didn't reach out to them with any concerns.
No,
And you said you didn't want your mom to get an autopsy. Is that correct?
correct.
Once you learned she'd had one, did you want to see the results?
I did.
Do you recall law enforcement coming to meet with you and you telling them, nope, I don't want to know?
I didn't say that.
Do you recall telling them you didn't want to know?
I don't recall that, so no.
Do you recall not being willing to have them share with you the results of the autopsy?
Judge asked and answered. It's just in a variety of different ways.
Overruled.
Do you recall indicating you did not want to sit down or that you were unwilling to sit down and have them share the autopsy results with you?
No,
You don't recall that.
that's not what I said.
What did you say?
I told them I didn't want to interview with them. I wanted to see the results, and I did not want to discuss it with them.
And do you recall them indicating you wouldn't have to do an interview? They were just going to share the results with you.
They never said that.
Did you in fact decline to see the autopsy?
No, they never offered to let me see it without interviewing with them.
So you were unwilling to sit down with law enforcement.
In that instance, yes.
I think you talked about the morning of your mom's passing, it was difficult to see your dad not in control and in charge.
Yes.
Was it pretty common for your dad to be in control and in charge?
Yes, as the patriarch of our home.
And you were asked about how your dad seemed when your mom passed away. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did your dad ever share with you a text to Lori
No.
that was sent on less than 24 hours after your mother's passing on October 20th of 2019?
My dad didn't share text messages with me.
So would it surprise you to learn that your dad texted that he was sad, but not for the reasons everyone thought?
Well, when I
But yes
first,
or no?
oh,
Would it surprise you to learn that?
no.
And council talked to you about the events of June 9th of 2020. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And do you recall speaking with your dad on that morning?
Yes.
And Your Honor, I'm going to ask to be handed State's Exhibit 300.
Very well. Okay. Ms. Blake, if you could make some identification in the record before publishing, so we can ensure what is being published.
Yes, Your Honor. And it was indicated that there may be an A and B, so I want to verify before publication as well that this is the correct one.
All right, thank you.
Sorry if I may have just a moment. And Your Honor, this is 300A. It is the body cam video from Detective Wheeler that was previously admitted.
Very well. Thank you, Ms. Blake.
And I would ask permission to publish from approximately minute 1 hour, 2 minutes, 44 seconds.
Okay.
Sorry, just another moment.
All right, everyone, if you'd like, we can take a stand up, not leave, but stand up break.
Thank you. For some reason, it did not like my computer today. So now starting from 1 hour, 2 minutes, 56 seconds.
Dr. Cat, to stay here with her. So you understand why I have to do that?
Yeah.
So you just stay here with them. Okay.
Hi. They said I could talk with you and I didn't want you to be alone.
Thank you.
I love you so much.
Glad you came over.
I thought they had taken you downtown already.
I got them out to the Carolina County line.
We saw it as soon as you left. They chased you down and then they came back.
Ron,
Ron?
just concerning the car. Huh? I know
I
they,
asked him
oh,
about
okay.
it.
What's that? Oh, just about the car. Oh, we'll take care of the car. We're gonna take it. Is she able
and we will-
to get it?
Yeah, you can do that. We may have to go through the car if you're arrested in it,
Right.
these things we gotta do, but then she can.
She can have her bananas and her,
I gave him
First.
food.
We'll try to get it covered for us for you.
You can eat it.
So Eric, or on, so like my wallet, will that be able for her to pick up, or could I turn
Exactly.
that over to her right now?
Is that in the cards that here?
It's right here.
That's it's up to you. I don't see, can I look through it? Just make
Sure.
They're going to get marked.
That's Lisa.
No,
Oh.
guard.
Is there anything that you're gonna need in that?
Well, she'll be running my finances, I suppose, so. That has a little money on it. You could,
Okay, so these are credit cards, so you're good if she just takes them,
yeah.
correct?
um, In the middle drawer on the left side in Mark's room, there's about $9,000 in 2 white envelopes.
Okay,
So get that. Yeah, so we'll talk more about car payments and stuff, but you have that password.
I do.
I believe the Hawaiian,
That's this one.
First Hawaiian Bank, if you use that same password for this account, it's Chad Daybell. That's what else is in here. Producer there. This has nothing on it. It's like $6. That has to go away. So this, okay, in that same drawer. Is a piece of this that would fit in here, and it's got the company card, company business card. And so just make sure you get that.
And this is all in Mark's room.
Yeah, I put that in there. There's like a pamphlet with a guy who's sitting in a car. It's for the Wells Fargo auto loan.
That's the loan that they went on.
Yeah, and so that we'll talk about. So this has, if you go to Telmate, this is the card that's used.
Okay,
And so all you really do, you could probably just sign in as chad.daybell or start your own.
I have an account that I've been talking with Lori on.
Okay. But you could use this
To
card,
add money. to
yeah, and to her if needed.
it. Okay,
So, yeah, she'll need to still have commissary money. Usually puts 30 a week in there, so. And you can probably talk to her too.
Okay.
Mhm. I'm sorry.
I love you so much.
Cooperate with them as much as you feel. I mean,
They've been kind to us today. I texted John Pryor, so he has my number. He said thank you.
okay. And a lot of the company stuff that pays for the house should just auto pay still out of that company account.
Hey,
And I left 5,000 in there.
Here,
Okay,
if you need something, come find me.
okay, thank you.
Any other questions you have?
I think, well, it sounds like you're not gonna be out in a little
Right.
while. So I think my landlord texted me just to feel bad for me. I think I'm gonna come over here.
That's what I needed you to say, because, yeah, you and Joe and whatever Mark wants to do. he should stay with either you
I'll
or me.
take care of Mark. I'll take care of Lee. That's the car. I will, Dad. They'll take care of me. We'll
But-
take care of you the best we can. Sorry to interrupt.
So keep paying the mortgage out of the company.
Okay,
No, you can probably set it up though.
okay.
I'm trying to, it's Wells Fargo. In that same pamphlet. Remember the password,
I'll look,
but
but I've had a lot of success with mom stuff, just saying, will you help me? My mom died. I'm pretty sure, will you help me? My dad's in jail. That's the same.
it should be paid through July 1st.
Okay,
And I think the car is paid through July 15th. So you shouldn't have any bills to worry about. Yeah, I'm not coming back. So all that stuff that's in the baby room is Lori's and mine. The suitcases you'll see in the box. Just put it in the garage, I guess, after.
store it, see what happens.
You guys can. Yeah, take that mattress from upstairs, I guess, do what you want, put the books back on the shelf. We're gonna make it through. I'm glad we could talk. I'm glad they let you come over.
I started crying and Lieutenant Ball went, do you want to talk to him? And I'm like, can I? And he said, he's just over there. Like, oh, that changes things. You probably saw us out there.
Yeah, I was watching. So, boy, things will slow down for you guys and get left alone. But yeah, they'll let you move out of there. You just get over here. You know, get going.
Well, I
It still feels better.
I would be moving soon. That's what the spirit was telling me, but I didn't know how it all, I felt like I needed to learn more.
Hmm.
And now I get it.
So yeah, this is essentially the house, and we'll talk to John Cryer about the financial arrangement, but you should be fine for a while.
I think long enough to get on our feet.
And stopping at 111:54. Do you recall this conversation with your dad?
Yes,
And when you first walked up, your dad didn't ask you if you knew why he was arrested, did he?
no,
Do you recall a conversation in there about moving a mattress from upstairs and putting the books on the shelves or something along those?
yes.
Where was the upstairs?
It was in the top of the cozy cone.
So there was a mattress in there?
He had just barely put it there. Typically, no one lived up there. It's like the one time of year that the temperature actually cooperated. There just wasn't room at the house. There's a lot of people living there at the time.
So there was an upstairs that had room for a mattress though.
Yeah,
And there was some talk in there about some cash that he wanted you to have. Do you recall that?
yes,
And he talked to you about how to pay the mortgage
yes,
and talked to you about letting you take the car.
yes,
And prior to that, or around the same time, do you recall him making an $8,000 deposit into your account?
yes,
Do you recall conversation that day about a body being located?
yes.
And do you recall then a conversation about a second body being looked for?
A conversation with my dad?
Yes.
Yes.
Whose bodies were those?
Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow.
I have nothing further.
All right, thank you. All right, Mr. Pryor, redirect. 151. Okay, we've got that. We'll have it presented.
Counsel, do you want this? I can keep it if you'd like. No? No, sure. Thank you. And Judge, may I publish?
Yes.
Thank you. On the Elmo. Emma, I'm looking at the life map insurance. And is that the one you talked about with Taylor Ballard?
Yes,
You previously testified that your dad would sign if he was also applying for coverage. Do you recall that?
yes,
Could you do me a favor under your dad's do you recognize which one is your dad's signature there?
yes,
Second one, right?
yes.
Below your mom's? And would you read starting with spouse's signature?
Spouse's signature if applying for coverage.
And what did you understand that to mean?
Either my dad was applying for coverage or my mom didn't read the directions.
But it was your understanding at the time that the decision and the amount of coverage was a decision your mother made at that time, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, the prosecuting attorney, Ms. Blake, talked to you about whether your dad discussed with you where the children were, correct?
Yes,
Okay. Was there ever a discussion with your dad that Lori Vallow was concealing the location of the children from everyone?
yes,
And as part of that, your dad never knew where the children were. Is that correct?
yes,
What he did know is that Ms. Vallow had indicated to him that the children were safe.
yes.
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay and speculation.
Well, it's untimely, overruled.
So is it your understanding that your dad never knew where the children were, but only that they were safe?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay and speculation.
Sustained.
I want to talk lastly about one other subject that the prosecuting attorney brought up. She mentioned to you that why you never brought up an issue about your mother getting an autopsy. Do you recall the day that your mother was exhumed?
I think it was December 11th,
Okay, and then the first time you learned about an autopsy and that your mother had been dug out of the ground would have been on what day?
December 13th.
So do you think that it would have been practical for you after they conducted the autopsy and dug your mother out of the ground to file an objection or complain?
It was already completed.
I have nothing else, Judge. Thank you.
All right. I will conclude the testimony of this witness then. Thank you for appearing. You can go ahead and step down. Can she be released from any subpoena, counsel?
Judge, in the event something comes up during the testimony, I'd like to keep her under subpoena at this point.
Okay, and that's fine. You are still under subpoena, so you may be subject to return. You're not subject to the court's order on exclusions, so you can talk to counsel if you have any questions about that. And thank you for appearing again. My preference would be to get started with another witness before we take lunch, if we could, since we have about 20 minutes. Is that all right, Mr. Pryor?
Yes, Your Honor. It would be Garth Daybell, Judge.
Okay, we'll have the defense call the next witness then.
solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Thank you.
All right, you can go ahead and inquire
Would you state your name, spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Garth Daybell, Daybell.
Okay, and Garth, can you tell me what your relationship is to Chad over there to my left?
Chad is my father.
Okay, and can you tell me how many brothers and sisters you have?
I have 4 brothers and sisters. I'm the oldest, and then 2 brothers, 2 sisters.
Okay. Now, I want to start out by saying that at the time your mother had passed away, and if at any time, Garth, you need to take a break or have a drink of water, please tell me, okay? At the time your mother passed away, who was living in your dad and mom's home?
So in my parents' home, it was my dad, my mom, and me.
Okay. And in terms of the sleeping arrangements, how were the bedrooms aligned in that house?
So at the end of a hallway, there was on the left would have been my bedroom, and on the right across the hall would have been my parents' bedroom.
Okay. And if you were to estimate, and you only have to estimate, it doesn't have to be scientific, how far would you estimate is the distance between the bed you were sleeping in the one bedroom and the bed that your mother and father shared in terms of feet?
So I would estimate about 20 feet between the 2 beds.
Okay. Now I'm going to switch around a little bit and go on a couple of other different topics. So please bear with me. Okay. There is a method to this madness, I guess, but do you have a recollection? And I want to say prior to 2000, not John Pryor, but prior to 2017, who was driving the Dodge Dakota?
Prior to 2017 was my dad.
Okay. And then after 2017, was your dad still driving the Dodge Dakota?
He was not.
Okay. You're sure about that?
I am sure.
Okay. Who was driving the Dodge Dakota?
It'd be my mom.
Okay. Okay. And she was primarily the one driving that?
Oh, I think I have it backwards.
Well, that's what I want to ask you, and I want to make sure that you're being accurate about this. So prior, and I maybe I confused you by doing that. At the time of your mother's death, do you know which vehicle your dad was driving?
My dad was driving the Dodge Dakota.
Okay. And is there a reason why are you nervous?
I am.
Okay. Okay. Do you share your father's introvert personality?
I do. I consider myself pretty shy.
Okay. So at the time, and I'm going to go back, and this is prior, meaning before 2017. Again, do you know who was driving the Dodge Dakota?
But before 2017, it would have been my mom.
Okay. And then do you have a reason as to why that changed? Do you recall?
If I recall, it had something to do with car troubles.
Okay. And then your mother started driving a different vehicle?
She started driving an Equinox.
Okay. And was that her primary vehicle?
After
When-
2017, yes.
Okay. But there were occasions when they switched off. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay. But primarily your father would be the one seen in the Dodge Dakota, correct?
correct.
Okay. Okay. Now, I want to talk about the summer of 2019 and in regards to raccoons. What do you recall about that summer in regards to raccoons?
That summer, I was testing out a new tent, and out in the backfield, and I heard a rustling, and I went out and I looked up into the tree, and there was a raccoon there, and so I ran inside and I told my dad, "There's a raccoon," and it was very close to where our rabbits were being kept, and so I told him, and we went out. He grabbed the shotgun and he shot the raccoon.
And was that in the evening? Was that during the day? When was that?
It was about 10 at night.
Okay, so at evening.
Yeah.
Okay. Was it exclusive that you would only see raccoons at night, or were there occasions when you would see them in the morning or the afternoon?
I saw them at night, except for when we had trapped them.
Okay. And you had trapped them during the day
Hmm.
when they were raiding your What were they raiding?
The rabbit hutch, or it was a rabbit pen. We had set up a fence.
Okay, so they would come in during the day to go after your rabbit food or rabbits?
The food, and we were worried they would go after the rabbits eventually too.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to catch other raccoons during the summer of 2019?
We did.
How many other raccoons did you catch during the summer of 2019?
It was 3 or 4, if I remember.
And do you have a recollection of approximately where on the property those were buried?
We typically buried them in the compost heap behind the silver shed.
Okay. Were there other animals that were buried in a different place on the property?
Yes.
And where would those other animals be buried?
Animals that were more of pets, we would bury out near a raspberry patch.
Okay. So it would be unusual for your father to put a raccoon in the raspberry patch then. Would that be fair?
Yes.
Okay. So would he typically tell your mother if he did something like that?
Yes.
Okay. Was the silver, and what did you call it? The behind the what?
Silver shed.
The silver shed. Was that getting full at some point?
The shed was pretty, or you mean the
ground around the shed is where you were putting them in the compost.
I would think so. There was a few animals in there.
Well, more than a few, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So at some point you also set traps for the raccoons. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Who did you get the traps from?
Our neighbor, Matt Price.
Okay. And at some point, was there issues with the operation of that trap?
Sometimes they could get in and get the food without the trap activating.
Okay. Okay. Now, and when that happened, would that mean the door wouldn't close, or what would go on there?
So the door would remain open, but the food would disappear.
Okay. And was that happening throughout the summer?
It was.
Okay. And eventually, did you catch that big raccoon?
There were so many, I don't remember.
Okay. And at some point,
I apologize to interrupt. There's just an issue I want to bring up briefly on a sidebar here. All right, thank you, counsel. The court had that quick sidebar. It was nothing to do with any question or any impropriety of a question or objection or anything like that. It was simply a matter of management of witnesses in the case. And so because the issue came up and we need to address that briefly, and given the timing, Mr. Pryor, I think it would be good to just break for lunch, and we can sort that
Okay.
out and you can continue with direct.
okay.
So we'll go ahead and take the lunch recess. We'll take an hour. So if we can come back on just before 1 o'clock, that will be when we'll resume. Thank you.
Mr. Daybell, are we advised not to talk about the case or meet with anybody regarding the case as well, okay?
Yeah, while you're under oath, don't discuss your testimony or talk to anybody else about how you're going to testify between now and when you return, please.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
All rise, please. Rise. District Court's again in session.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. All right, we can have the jurors brought in, please. Yeah, let's have the witness return to the stand first. Thank you. You may.
All right, please. Please, all President Counter for your honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, welcome back, everyone. I'd like to remind everyone here in attendance, there's a courtroom conduct order in effect, and I appreciate everyone complying with that thus far today. We're on the record on CR 22-21-1623, State of Idaho versus Chad Guy Daybell. We just concluded the lunch recess, and Garth Daybell is on the stand in direct examination. If you'd like to continue with your direct, Mr. Pryor, you may at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. All set, Garth?
Yep.
Okay. Now, Garth, before we go forward, we had previously been talking about the raccoon in the cage. But before we go forward, how many times prior to today have we spoken together?
I think no more than 3,
Okay.
including today.
Okay. If you include today, we did speak yesterday for a brief time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did I tell you anything to say, or did I encourage you to testify a certain way?
No.
Did I give you any advice of any kind?
The only advice given was to just tell the truth.
Okay. And you're prepared to do that today?
Yes.
I want to talk about the September 9th of 2019. Do you recall that?
I think that if I recall correctly, that's the day that I drove home
Okay, and about what time did you get home that day?
So I got home from work about a little after 4 because that's when my contract hours ended. And so it'd take about 20 minutes to drive home, and I pulled into the back driveway.
Okay, and hold on a second. I guess I didn't cover this very well. You are currently employed as what?
I'm a 8th grade science teacher,
And where do you teach?
Madison Junior High in Rexburg.
Okay. And at the time in 2019, were you working as an 8th grade science teacher?
I was.
Okay. And did you have another job as well?
That October, I worked as a scare person at a local haunted house.
Okay, okay. So on the date of September 9th of 2019, you had testified that you were just getting home. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion in that, and that, was it late afternoon or evening? Do you recall?
It was late afternoon. The sun was still up.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to talk to your father?
I did. As I pulled in, he came up to me. He was in work clothes and
All right. Now hold on. When you say close, what does that mean?
yard work.
Okay.
And he sounded very excited. He said, "Hey, Garth, I killed another raccoon."
Okay. Was that the raccoon that you folks were having difficulty with that was breaking out of the cage?
I believe it was.
Okay. And did he express that to you that he finally got that raccoon?
He did.
Okay. And then at that point, did he show you where he buried that raccoon?
He showed me that it was buried behind the silver shed.
Okay. Okay. Did he ever say to you that he buried a raccoon in the pet cemetery?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. Now, are we confusing the raccoons? You know that you buried some in the silver shed. Is there possibly that some were buried in the pet cemetery?
I think, or they were all buried behind the silver shed.
Okay. Now, we talked a little bit with your sister about your mother's health issues. What concerns did you have about your mother's health?
I was concerned that she was getting tired extremely easily, that she would work extremely hard all day and then just come home and collapse.
Okay. And did you ever encourage her to seek medical help?
I did. She had hurt her arm, and I wanted her to go get it looked at. She was trying to rub this bruising ointment on it.
Okay.
She refused to go.
Okay. At some point, she did go to the doctor for the injury, however. Do you recall that?
I don't recall the exact time that happened.
Okay. Were there other issues that you had concerns about your mother's health?
We worked in the yard together a lot, and I was her muscle. She would direct me where to dig and move stuff and cinder blocks and garden things yeah, she had a hard time doing those heavier things.
And why do you say she had a hard time with it?
She would get really winded really easily.
Okay. And is that something that happened in the last year of her life, or was that the entire time that you knew her?
I would say it became increasingly more towards the end of her life.
Okay. Okay. Were there any other concerns about any sort of other medical issues of her being able to keep her balance or anything like that that caused you concern?
She would have fainting spells.
And how often would that happen?
It was usually after she'd been kneeling for a while.
Okay. Was there ever a discussion in your family about her having some difficulty in the temple with kneeling?
Yes.
What was that concerned?
Objection, Your Honor, this calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. I want to go back to the incident with the paintball gun and your mother. Do you recall that day?
I do.
It was approximately the 9th of October, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall where you were at that point?
I was on the couch.
Okay. Who was home at that point?
It was me watching TV and my dad was working on the computer.
Okay. And then at some point, did your mother come home?
She did.
And how did she approach you when she got home?
She came in really panic stricken, saying someone had attacked her.
Okay. And did she say with what?
She said with a paintball gun.
Okay. Did you have a discussion with her prior to taking any action?
So when she said that, I was filled with rage and I wanted to go find whoever had done this. And but before I chased after someone with a gun, I said, "Are you sure it was a paintball gun?"
Okay.
And she said, "Yes, it had the thing on top."
The thing on top. What do you mean the thing on top?
Um, I think she was referring to the hopper on top where you put the paintballs.
Did she specifically identify a hopper on top of that gun?
She did by showing me a picture on the computer and pointing to the hopper on the picture.
Did she Google a picture
She did.
and she showed you the picture on the computer?
Yes.
Now, I want to go with one other topic. At some point, your father and your mother and you were there. Is that correct?
Yes.
And were all of you looking at this image on the computer?
Yes.
Okay, and then an officer by the name of Coulter Cannon showed up at that point. Do you recall that?
I do.
And at some point, did you or your father and mother show Officer Cannon the picture of the paintball gun on the computer?
We did.
And who was present when that took place?
I believe it was my mother, my father, and me and the officer.
Okay, and is there any doubt that you showed the officer the image on the computer?
There's no doubt in my mind.
Okay. I'd like to move on and again, if at any point you need to take a break, you let me know. Or if you need some water or if for some reason you let
I'll
me know.
take a quick sip.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about the evening of October 18th. Okay, and that was the evening before your mother passed.
Yes.
Okay. You were working that day and you mentioned something about in October, you were working at a scare what?
So there's a local haunted house in Teton, Idaho, which is about 20-ish, maybe half an hour away from where I lived, and a seasonal attraction that I would go work. I'm dressed up in a costume to scare people.
Okay. And at that point, did you have an occasion before going in to do that, to come home
Come home from,
from your first job?
yes.
And walk me through that as to what, after you got home from work from the first job, what did you do next?
So I came home and mom usually came home before me, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
And she told me, "I just don't feel good today. I don't want to cook tonight. Can you go get some McDonald's for us?"
Now that's a long way to a McDonald's, is it not?
Well, I mean, we're used to driving into town for various things,
So
so
then what town did you drive to for the McDonald's?
Rexburg.
Okay. And forgive me, I don't recall if there is a McDonald's in Rexburg.
There's two.
Oh. Okay. Then did you get some food for you folks?
I did.
Who did you get food for?
So I bought food for me and my father and my mother.
Okay, do you recall what you got for your mother?
Her favorite meal was the quarter pounder with cheese.
A healthy meal.
Depends.
And anything else?
I don't remember if she wanted anything else with it, and fries.
Okay.
Yeah, I feel like I got her a combo.
And then you went to work at the Haunted Mill, is that what that's called?
Yep. So about 7-ish, I left, and she was sitting on the couch and said, "Have a fun time. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll let you sleep in."
Okay. And then at some point you got home at about what time?
So I got home about 1 a.m. shortly after that.
Okay, and then at that point, again, you previously testified the distance between your bedroom and your mother and father's bedroom, is that right?
Yes.
And the distance there was about how far?
About 20 feet.
Okay, and then at some point, did you hear anything coming from your mother and father's bedroom?
As I passed their bedroom, I heard my father snoring.
And is it clear that it was your father snoring?
Yes.
Okay. You had no other indication of that your mother was snoring or making any noise?
I didn't hear anything of that sort.
You didn't see any images in the bedroom of any kind of a struggle or a fight or any kind of an altercation, did you?
No, as far as I knew, it was a normal night.
Okay. And then at some point, what did you do after you went into your bedroom?
I got on my computer and I watched YouTube for a few hours,
And when you say a few hours, what does that mean?
till about 3 a.m. So
Okay.
2 hours-ish.
Okay. And then at early in the morning, at some point, you were awoken, is that right?
Yes.
And how were you awoken?
I heard my dad saying, Garth, get up. I need help.
Okay.
And I got out of bed and ran over to help.
And then when you walked into your parents' bedroom, what exactly did you observe?
I observed my mother had rolled partially out of bed with her legs entangled in the sheets. And my instinct was, oh, she needs help. So I immediately grabbed her by the shoulders and lifted her up back into the bed.
Okay. And at that point, you felt her arms were cold?
Yeah, I felt she was cold and stiff
Okay.
she was gray, and I realized she's not been breathing.
Okay. Okay. And at some point between the time you got home at 1 o'clock and the time you went to sleep at about 3 o'clock, did you hear anything or any indication that there was any kind of sound or struggle?
I heard nothing.
Okay. And would you agree that it's close enough that if there was some kind of a struggle or a fight or anything that you would have heard it?
I would have definitely heard it.
Were you present with the discussion with the Flams about when to have the funeral?
I was.
And what do you recall of that conversation?
I don't remember exactly what he said, but he said it seems pretty simple here. We can have a funeral this day or this day, and
Do you have a recollection of which the two choices
I
of days
feel like
were?
it was either Tuesday or Saturday.
Okay. And you could choose, and was it your impression that the family would have been able to choose either day?
I do, yeah. I feel like we would have been able to.
I want to fast forward to a vacation to Knott's Berry Farms. You remember that?
I do.
Do you have a recollection of how long that trip was planned in advance?
It was about a week. It felt like a week ahead.
Okay. And at that point, when I say all of you, your family gathered in Rexburg or St. Anthony, is that correct?
Yeah, we were at that house.
Okay. And who was with you at the time when you decided to head to Salt Lake City?
Um, it was my dad and me and Emma and Joe, and that might have been it, or Adam and Leah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And at the time, was Lori Vallow with you guys at that point?
She was not with us at that point.
And then you drove to Salt Lake City, is that correct?
We drove to Salt Lake City to go to the airport there.
And then you flew to California?
Yes.
And at some point later on in the trip, Lori Vallow showed up separately driving to the California location?
She did.
Okay. I want to talk to you a little bit about how you discovered that they exhumed your mother's remains. Do you recall how you were able to discover that?
I first heard about it from my sister, Emma.
Okay. At any point, did any law enforcement officer ever reach out to you or to your knowledge, anyone in your family to advise you that they were going to dig up your mother?
No one contacted us. It was a complete surprise.
I want to talk to you a little bit about May 7th of 2021. Do you recall that day for some reason?
I do.
And what happened on that particular day?
It started out as what was going to be a normal school day, and
So I want to stop you there. When you say a normal school day, would that be a day that you were going to teach school?
yes, I was going to go and do my job.
Okay, what transpired on that particular day?
I went out to the driveway to my car, and There were several law enforcement vehicles across the street, and several officers got out and surrounded me and insisted that I go with them.
Okay, do you recall the names of the officers and which agency they were with?
I remember that Detective Ball was there and
Detective Ron Ball?
Ron Ball,
Okay,
Detective Hermosillo,
that's Ray Hermosillo.
Hermosillo, and then I called him Vinny Kaikamanu.
Would that be Officer Kai Kamano right
That
here
would-
in the gray suit?
That would be him.
He was one of those that showed up at your house?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, what transpired?
I told them, "Do you have a warrant?" And they said, "No, but you need to come with us anyway."
Did they give you any choice?
I felt like I had no choice.
And then what transpired next?
They drove me to the police station. They confiscated my phone.
Okay, was anybody with you at that point?
At that point, no.
Did you later learn that they also took custody of somebody else?
Yes, they had then gone up to the door.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike that question. It mischaracterizes the testimony.
Sustained.
Okay, what transpired after they took you into custody?
Objection, Your Honor, again misstates the testimony. Move to strike.
I'll rephrase, Judge, I'm sorry. After the police officers told you that they were going to take you, what transpired next?
I was taken to the police station, and then I saw that they had also detained my wife and brought her in a separate car.
Were you two kept together in the same room?
We were kept in separate rooms the entire time.
And when you say the entire time, how long did they keep you in the separate rooms?
About 5 or 6 hours.
Okay, at any point, did they try to talk to you?
They did.
Okay, and what was the nature of the discussion?
They were telling me that my story was untrue and that I needed to change it.
Objection, Your Honor. Move to strike. Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
When you say they told you they needed you to change your story or that they didn't believe you, who is they?
The 3 detectives that I've mentioned.
Were there any other detectives there?
There was a Detective Mattingly who was with my wife.
Okay, and at some point, is it your understanding they were doing the same thing to your wife?
She tells me they never talked to her.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Okay. And at some point, did you ask to have an attorney represent you?
I did.
And at some point after, and you said it was between 5 and 6 hours?
Yes,
And at some point, were you released?
I was.
Were you subsequently charged with anything as a result of being detained?
I was not.
Did they take any further action with you as a result of being detained?
They did not.
Okay. And then subsequent to that, was there another occasion when you were accused of or asked to change your story?
I was summoned to 2 separate grand juries.
Okay, I want to talk about the second grand jury. Do you recall that?
I do.
And do you have an understanding of why you were summoned in front of the grand jury?
It was made pretty plain that I needed to change my story to fit theirs.
Okay, and in the event you didn't change your story, you would be indicted by the grand jury?
Yes, and they had a list of charges that they were threatening me with.
Okay, when you say they were threatening with you, who are you talking about?
I didn't talk to them specifically
Okay,
myself. I had asked for an attorney who was going in between us.
and who is that attorney?
His name was Forrest Fisher.
And at this point, you are willing to waive your attorney-client privilege and allow Mr. Fisher to discuss the case?
Yes,
Okay. And your understanding of going in front of the grand jury is that you were going to be indicted unless you changed your story?
yes.
And do you know what prosecutorial agency was attempting to do this to you?
I believe it was Fremont and Madison counties.
Okay, and at that point, did you testify in front of that second grand jury?
I did.
Okay, now before you testified in that second grand jury, you had previously testified in a grand jury that was related to your father, is that correct?
Yes,
And at that point, you told us what you believed was your version of the facts of this case, correct?
correct.
And at the second grand jury, they brought you in and the focus of the second grand jury, did you understand that to be you being charged with a grand jury offense?
I understand that it was that way. I felt very, I was feeling extremely pressured.
Pressured by who?
The prosecutors,
And at some point you testified in front of the grand jury, is that correct?
correct?
Did you tell relatively the same story to both grand juries?
I told the identical story.
At any time, were you ever indicted by the second grand jury brought by the prosecuting attorneys against you?
I was not.
But you felt that at that point, the purpose of the second grand jury was to try to threaten or persuade you to change your story. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, your faith is you're of the LDS faith. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how would you characterize? Let me put it this way. Would you agree that your faith is maybe different than your father's?
I believe I interpret it differently.
Okay. How would you describe your father's faith?
I would say it's more traditional, meaning closer to the way it was 100 years ago.
Okay. And you've had discussions with your father over the years regarding his faith. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Did he ever talk to you about a plan or a plan that he had in place?
He had
Objection, Your Honor, calls for hearsay.
Sustained.
Judge, I'm not asking him if he said, I asked whether there was ever that discussion. It's not hearsay, I don't believe, Judge.
It's sustained.
Were you aware that your father had beliefs about the 144,000?
I do.
Okay. Was there any discussion? Well, let me move on for a minute, Judge. That's all right. When you talk about the differences between your religious faith and your father's religious faith, can you identify some of the differences that you believe? You believe you're of the mainstream LDS faith. Is that fair?
Yes.
And you testified previously that your father's more traditional or fundamental or more traditional, I guess.
Yes.
And what would be the differences that you identified as differences in interpretation?
Well, I teach and believe in evolution.
Okay.
I teach that to my students.
Okay.
I teach that the Earth is 4.5 billion years old, as opposed to 6,000.
Okay. And do you share your father's views on light and dark?
Partially.
Okay, and explain that to me a little bit.
Light and dark to me mean like good and evil, good and bad, opposing forces.
Okay. Okay. And did your mother and father share similar views of fundamental LDS faith?
They did.
Okay, and your mother shared your father's beliefs to your knowledge of this light and dark?
Yes.
What about the idea of putting numeric numbers on people who are identified as either light or dark?
They did that every now and again.
Okay. And they did that in your presence?
Yes.
Okay. Now, your understanding, and I'm going to hack this this person, but I think I previously yesterday talked to you about the book Saints and about a
Newell Knight.
Newell Knight. And we talked about that yesterday, right?
Yes.
And in that situation, there was a casting of a sword, correct?
Yes.
And who was doing the casting?
That was Joseph Smith.
And who was he casting?
He was casting a devil, as they described it, out of Newell Knight.
Okay, and at the end of the casting, and was this more of a traditional story of the LDS faith?
It's one that it's usually included in storybooks about the church history and stuff.
Okay, but would you agree that it's more of a fundamental, it's not necessarily as mainstream as it once was?
Yes.
Okay, so it would be more akin to your father's beliefs.
Yeah, I don't know if it's one that would be told as often anymore.
Okay. And in that particular situation, this is the prophet of your church, Joseph Smith.
Yes,
And at that point, he expelled the devil or the demon from Newell Knight.
yes.
Did Newell Knight die after they expelled the demon from him?
No, he went on to do great things.
Okay, and at some point, is it your understanding that when someone expels a dark spirit or a negative spirit, that they die after that?
No, they continue living.
Okay. Judge, I don't have anything else at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. When you're ready, cross-examination, Ms. Blake.
Mr. Daybell, I'm going to start with, there was some talk of who drove a Dodge Dakota. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And there seemed to be maybe a little bit of confusion there.
I believe that since the events were 7 years ago, I had trouble recalling which was which.
And your recollection is that your dad is actually the one that drove it in the later years?
Yes,
Do you know Joseph Murray?
I do.
How do you know him?
He is my brother-in-law.
Why would Joe Murray in 2019, October of 2019 to be exact, would it surprise you to learn that he referred to the truck as your mom's?
I hadn't heard of that.
Would it surprise you to learn that he had to return the keys, get the keys from her to borrow the truck and then return them to her?
I hadn't heard of that.
So your mom did in fact drive the Dodge Dakota, at least at times?
She did on occasion.
You talked about your dad telling you about a raccoon that he'd shot around September 9th of 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you said that he'd buried it.
Mhm.
Do you remember where he buried it?
He buried it behind, sorry.
No, I cut you off. I apologize. Do you remember where he said he buried it?
He showed me that it was behind the silver shed.
Were you present when he buried it?
I was not.
And you talked about having some concerns about your mom getting winded. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you ever share those concerns with law enforcement or the coroner or deputy coroner that showed up on the day of your mother's passing?
I don't recall.
Did you ever share those concerns with law enforcement?
I wouldn't have considered losing your breath to be something law enforcement would be worried about.
At some point, did you learn that an autopsy was going to be conducted on your mom?
I did after I had learned she had been exhumed.
And even with an autopsy being performed, you didn't think that it might be something law enforcement would want to know?
I assumed they would find it.
Did you ever shoot paintball guns with your mom?
I did not.
Did you ever see her with a paintball gun?
I did not.
Did you ever see her with an assault rifle?
I did not.
Would it surprise you if Deputy Cannon said he was never shown an image of a paintball gun on October 9th of 2019?
It would because he was there.
I think you testified that initially when your mom came running in, you were upset.
Yes.
Is it fair to say you wanted to catch whoever this was that had pointed some kind of a gun at her?
Yes, I wanted to catch them.
When you ran outside, did you see anyone?
I did not. It was so dark that I couldn't. Yeah, he could have been anywhere.
And you said it was so dark that night?
When I went out, yes.
And you were asked about the events of October 19th of 2019 from council. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I want to back up a little bit. Do you recall when you got home from work?
It was a little after 1.
And what did you do when you got home from work?
I pulled into the driveway, went in the house, and got ready for bed. And then, as I said earlier, I watched YouTube for a few hours.
Did you see either of your parents when you got home?
They were both in bed.
And how did you know they were both in bed?
I saw their forms, their shapes in the bed as I passed by their room.
Did you go in and talk to them?
I did not. They were asleep.
You say they were asleep, but did you actually go in the room?
I assumed they were asleep.
So 2 bodies lying in the bed.
Yes.
Anyone else in the house when you got home?
It was just us.
What woke you up on the morning of October 19th of 2019?
I thought I heard a thump, and then I heard my dad say, "Garth, come help."
And when you went in the room, well, let me back up. Did you in fact go in the room?
I did.
What did you see when you got in there?
I saw her halfway off the bed with her legs still entangled in the blankets.
And what action, if any, did you take at that time?
I immediately thought she needs my help, so I lifted her immediately back up into the bed.
Were you close with your mom?
Extremely close.
And council talked to you about May 7th of 2021. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you recall law enforcement actually knocking on your door?
I do not. They waited till I was at my car.
And do you recall when you got to the police station that they left the door open to the interview room?
They did.
And do you recall that they immediately told you they'd call your attorney?
I believe I had to ask for one.
And did your attorney in fact show up?
A few hours later,
And was your attorney present for questioning?
he was.
Did law enforcement actually get you breakfast?
They did buy me some McDonald's. They offered and I accepted.
And prior to May 7th, had you had a meeting with law enforcement where they had talked to you about the results of your mom's autopsy?
Yes, Detective Aikamanu and a FBI agent came to my classroom after school.
And when they talked to you, were you willing to hear them out on the results?
They did tell me the results.
And do you recall on May 7th going over that autopsy again?
I did not.
Do you recall one of the detectives telling you that your mother's death
Sustained.
Do you recall talking to an individual named Micaiah Bagelin and telling him you found your mom dead in her bed and your dad gone?
I don't recall talking to him about that.
Do you recall talking to Cara Briggs, who's now Cara Daybell, and Emma Moss about finding your mom on the couch?
I told Kara. She's now my wife.
And there was talk of some testimony at some grand juries. Do you recall that? Sorry, let me back up. Let me rephrase that. Do you recall counsel asking you about having testified at a couple proceedings?
Sorry, I was I don't quite know the rules, but when you were talking to me about Kara and Emma, can you repeat that question? I don't know if
Yes. Do you recall telling Cara and or Emma about finding your mom on the couch?
I did not tell them that she was on the couch.
Do you recall having talked to one or both of them?
I do. I had told them that the night before I had seen her on the couch as she said goodbye to me.
And if they were to say something different, would that surprise you?
I mean, I've heard that before.
And then do you recall counsel talking to you about you having testified at a couple grand jury proceedings?
Yes,
And are you aware that the second grand jury was held based on the request of the first grand jury?
Judge, I'm going to object. That calls for speculation.
I'm asking her if he's
Argumentative,
aware.
Judge.
Well, the question.
There's no
is-
foundation.
Yes, just the question is whether he's aware. You can answer.
Are you aware that the second grand jury was conducted based on the request of the first grand jury?
I was not aware of that.
And counsel asked you about Joseph Smith in a casting. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And what did you indicate happened to the person that they were casting on?
He continued to live on and lived his life.
Are you aware of your mom having been designated as being possessed?
I had not heard that before.
Had you ever heard of JJ Vallow being designated as being possessed?
I had not heard that.
What about Tylee Ryan?
I had not heard that.
Is your mom still alive?
She is not.
Do you know where the remains of Tylee Ryan and JJ Vallow were located?
They were found in the backyard.
And when you say the backyard, whose backyard?
My father's.
I have no further questions.
All right. Redirect, Mr. Pryor.
Garth, regardless of what the first grand jury may or may not have believed, did you understand that the second grand jury was convened to determine whether or not you were being untruthful in any way and whether you should face perjury charges?
And that's the way I understood it.
Okay. And again, who brought that grand jury against you?
Objection, Your Honor, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Okay. And your recollection and your belief is that you were not indicted by the grand jury, correct?
That is correct.
And did you feel like that someone was trying to intimidate or threaten you to change your testimony?
I do, yes.
And who would that be?
Madison and Fremont County.
Okay. Judge, that's all I have at this point. And Judge, we need to sidebar just very briefly.
Very
And,
well.
Your Honor, before we do that, I would request a brief recross
On what topic?
on the topic of the furtherance of the grand jury and what he believed.
Just on that very narrow topic, Ms. Blake, I'll allow that and we'll have the sidebar after that.
Thank you.
But Ms. Blake, not to expand the scope of where it's already gone on, Director Cross, please.
Mr. Daybell, did you in fact change your testimony between the first and second grand jury?
I did not.
No further questions.
All right, thank you, counsel.
Just sidebar, Judge.
Very well. All right, thank you, counsel. We're looking at scheduling here with the afternoon, and there's a matter we need to take up with the next witness outside the presence of the public and the jurors. And I understand it will be a fairly quick witness after that, and the matter won't take long, but we do need to do that on the record. And so we're going to arrange a spot to meet with the witness and counsel outside the presence of the courtroom. I am going to ask that everybody just remain in the courtroom while we take care of that business. Optional if you'd like, but everybody, of course, is allowed to stand up and stretch if you'd like. If you do leave the courtroom, though, you won't be permitted reentry, and we'll try to resolve that as quickly as possible and then have that witness take the stand. So we'll go ahead and go on the record outside the presence of everyone, take up this issue, and then we'll be right back.
All right. Again, in session.
Thank you. Please be seated. Very well. At this point, then I believe the testimony of the witness has concluded. Is the defense intending to keep the witness under subpoena?
No, Your Honor.
I don't know if the state had him under subpoena or not.
The state also had a subpoena. We would release Mr. Daybell as well.
Okay, thank you. That concludes your testimony. You can go ahead and step down.
Judge, can I have again permission to approach the podium?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Pryor, you can call your next witness.
Defense would call Forrest Fisher.
Very well.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? So help you God.
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
I speak directly into the microphone.
Thank you. May I, Judge?
You may. You can.
Would you
inquire
state-
after.
Would you state your name, spell your last name for the record?
Thank you. Yes, William Forrest Fisher. Fisher is Fischer.
Mr. Fisher, how are you employed?
I am an attorney with Molten Law Office in Driggs, Idaho.
Okay, and you're licensed to practice law in the state of Idaho?
I am.
Did you have an occasion in December of 2021 in regards to a client by the name of Garth Daybell?
I did.
What was the nature of that representation?
As part of my employment, my office contracts out with Fremont County to do contract public defense work. And so under that contract, I was asked to come down to St. Anthony to the Fremont County Courthouse to represent Mr. Daybell, who at that time was under a grand jury testimony situation.
Was it a grand jury indictment against Mr. Daybell? Or proceeding?
It was a proceeding.
Okay, and the distinction is that a grand jury is summoned and they hear testimony, is that right?
I believe so. This was actually my first encounter with a grand jury.
Oh, okay. Lucky you.
Yes.
And at that point, were you aware of what charges were being attempted to be brought against Mr. Daybell?
I was not, nor that I can't really recall it this time.
Okay. But you do recall that it was Mr. Daybell was the focus of the grand jury?
Mr. Garth Daybell, yeah, that is correct. That's
Okay.
correct.
And you don't have any recollection of what the underlying facts were about why he was brought in front of the grand jury?
Not specifically. It was a long time ago. I can't really recall. I do recall at that time he had actually previously testified in front of the grand jury. And when I was brought in, the grand jury had some follow-up questions, and that's what I was called in to assist him with during that time.
So you don't remember if this was a second grand jury that was convened?
I believe it was the second time they called him in. I'm not sure if that was a completely separate grand jury. I believe it was the same grand jury, but I can't really recall.
You're not sure about that?
That's correct.
Okay. Is it possible that it was a second grand jury convening against Mr. Daybell for perjury?
Objection, Your Honor. Asked and answered calls for speculation.
Sustain.
Do you have any recollection of the advice that you gave Mr. Daybell at that point?
Some. At that time, I had come in and Mr. Garth Daybell had some questions. He was concerned, given the fact that they had asked him some questions and he had previously testified. And so I consulted him as a defense attorney to answer only the question that was being asked, and that if he wasn't quite sure, that he could take the time to confer with me. I was not in the grand jury. I wasn't observing it. I was sitting outside of the courtroom. And I told him that if he ever needed to take a break, he could come talk to me. We could talk about the situation and go from there. Beyond that, I told him not to talk to the press anymore.
Okay. And at this point, you don't have any distinct recollection as to why you were there or what you were doing. Is that right?
I was there to advise him on giving testimony in his follow-up grand jury questioning. And my role as a defense attorney, and I believe in talking to Mr. Daybell at that time, was to ensure that he did not get himself into any trouble by possibly committing perjury or not remembering something quite correctly. I was there to assist him and to ensure that he, if he had questions, that he could come and talk to me and that we could go through it a step-by-step basis.
Do you recall ever telling Mr. Daybell that this was a trap designed to catch him?
I don't recall ever saying that, though that would possibly be something that I might have said. I don't recall specifically.
Okay.
As a defense attorney, that's always something that we're concerned about, is that if they've previously testified on something, that if they're called to testify on the same thing again, that there is the potential as a defense attorney to potentially cross yourself. And so to watch out for that.
And your understanding is the focus of the grand jury wasn't about Chad Daybell. It was solely about Garth Daybell and his previous testimony. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And at this point, your understanding is that grand jury did not indict Mr. Daybell for any kind of perjury charge. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Judge, I have nothing else.
All right. Any cross?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Mr. Fisher, it was your understanding then that it was the same grand jury with some additional questions?
I don't really, I presume, but I didn't know for sure.
And at the end of the day, you provided legal advice to your client, correct?
That is correct.
And he testified in that second proceeding,
That is correct.
and there was no indictment.
That is correct.
I have no further questions.
All right. Thank
No
you.
follow-up, Judge.
Very well. That'll conclude the testimony. Mr. Fisher, thank you for appearing.
Thank
See
you, Your
back
Honor.
in Driggs someday.
All right. Thank you.
I have cases out there as well. All right, at this point, given the time, I think this will be a good stopping point for the mid-afternoon break. Is that what council would request as well?
Yes, Your Honor, if that's the court's prerogative, I think that would be appropriate.
All right, we'll go ahead and take our mid-afternoon break then. We'll plan on starting right back up at 2:30, please.
All right, please. All rise. District Court's again in session.
Thank you. We've got our jurors, I believe, lined up in the hall, so I think we can just stay standing and we'll have them brought in, please, Mr. Bailiff.
All right, please.
Here's our President Counter for Your Honor.
Thank you. Please be seated. All right, that concludes the mid-afternoon recess. Mr. Pryor, continuing with the defense case in chief, if you'd like to call your next witness, you may. Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Right there.
May I, Judge?
Give me just a second. I'm checking one thing quickly. All right. Just checking the status of this exclusionary order, Mr. Pryor. I don't believe it applies here. So if you would like to inquire on direct, you can do that at this time.
Would you state your name, spell your last name for the record for me, please?
Joseph Murray. Do you want my middle name as well, or?
That's okay. Joseph Murray's.
And then Murray.
And do you know the gentleman to my left in the blue shirt over there?
I do.
Who is that?
That is my father-in-law.
Okay, and you are married to Emma Murray?
Correct.
How long have you been married?
This August will be 7 years.
How many children do you have?
3.
Okay, and a newborn, I understand, right?
Correct.
And to be fair, we met yesterday evening to discuss the case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
How many other prior occasions did you and I well, I don't think we ever met, but we spoke on the phone. Were there any other occasions
Just once.
prior to that?
Yep. And it was very brief. It was maybe 5 minutes.
Okay. Did I tell you anything to say to the jury or anybody else today?
Nope.
Did I ask you to do anything in particular in regards to this case?
Nope.
I want to talk to you about October 9th of 2019. Do you recall that day?
October 9th.
If I say that there was a paintball incident, does that help refresh? your
Okay.
memory?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall what you were doing on that day?
May I ask what time of day? Just, is there a particular time?
In the evening hours.
In the evening hours. Okay. In the evening hours, I was out in the shed behind my house, chopping wood for our fireplace.
Okay. Did anything unusual occur shortly thereafter?
While I was out in the wood shed chopping, I got a notification on my phone that Tammy, my mother-in-law, Tammy Daybell, had posted in the local Facebook group saying that somebody had attempted to shoot her with a paintball gun. And so I went inside to talk with my wife and asked her if she had seen or she'd seen the message as well. And she said she hadn't. She called Tammy, and I asked her because it was on speakerphone, I asked, did you call law enforcement? And she said, no. So then I made a phone call to law enforcement at that time.
Was that prior to talking to Tammy about the incident?
That I called.
Yes.
It was after.
So you spoke to Tammy before you called 911?
Correct.
And do you recall, without saying what Tammy said, what the nature of the conversation was about?
She said that.
No, I don't want you to say what she
sorry.
said.
So the conversation was of the nature that she or Emma had tried to figure out, what was going on. And she had told, or during that conversation, it was brought up that the person that had shot at her.
Objection, hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you ever get any indication of the type of weapon that was used during this encounter?
Objection,
Answers
calls for
you.
hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. At some point then, after discussing the case with Tammy, was your wife there as well?
Yes. And in the Facebook post that she had written, it specifically said.
Objection, calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Ruled.
She said that it was a paintball gun and that it had something up on top similar to a paintball gun.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Emma or without saying what they said? Did you have an occasion to talk to Emma or to talk to Tammy about this thing that was supposedly on top that you referenced?
I hadn't.
Okay. So then you took it upon yourself to call 911. Is that correct?
Correct.
Do you recall what you said during that conversation with the 911?
That my mother-in-law had been, or had said that she had been shot at by a.
Objection, hearsay.
Sustained.
What specifically did you say to the operator in 911 about, not necessarily what your mother-in-law said, but what you reported occurred?
That my mother-in-law was shot at by a.
Objection, Your Honor. It calls for hearsay.
That calls in evidence, Mr. Wixom. So it's overruled.
Judge, I did hear overruled.
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry, re-ask your question. Sorry.
Madam Clerk, could you read back the last question, Tim? I want to make sure we're accurate on this.
Okay, so I don't know verbatim what I had said on the phone call, as that was several years ago. But I had told them that my mother-in-law was shot at by somebody with a paintball gun, and that somebody had and that the person had run off based off of what my mother-in-law had told me.
Okay. So at this point, at any time during this incident, did you see anybody run off around the house or near the house at that time?
No.
During this incident with the paintball gun, where were you specifically when you got that Facebook account notification?
I was in the woodshed because I lived kitty corner from them at the time.
Okay.
I was in the woodshed, which was behind my house, which was not even in the view of my in-laws' house at that point.
Okay. At any time, did you hear a scream or a yell?
Nope.
Did you hear any kind of noise or commotion over there?
Nope.
Did you hear any kind of a swishing sound or anything that would indicate a rifle was shot off?
Nope.
Okay. Now, back in that woodshed, you may not have heard a swishing because you were quite a ways away,
Yep.
correct? But again, you didn't see anything either, correct?
Nope.
And at any time, did you ever tell a police officer and advise a well, let me put it this way. Do you remember talking to a Coulter Cannon?
I do.
Okay, how did that transpire in your discussions with Officer Coulter Cannon?
So, after making the phone call, I continued out chopping wood. And I was actually over by my garden because I was trying to watch to see so that I could talk with the police officer. So I was closer or away from my house at that point, in the pasture. And I had seen him approaching, and so I ran up to him. He was still in his vehicle at the time, just across the street on the west side of the home. And I told him what I had or that I had called, and that, based off of what I understood, that the person had run off,
Okay.
and I don't know what the person looked like.
And how long of a conversation would this have taken place with Officer Coulter Cannon?
Less than a few minutes. It wasn't very long because I wanted him to be able to have the time to go look for the suspect.
Are you relatively clear on what you said to Coulter Cannon that day?
I believe so, yeah.
Okay. At any time, did you advise Officer Coulter Cannon that you observed someone running off from the house and running behind the house?
I did not.
How certain are you that you never made that statement to Officer Coulter Cannon?
Without a doubt.
Did you talk to Officer Coulter Cannon about this being a paintball gun?
Yes.
At any time with Officer Coulter Cannon, did you mention the words high-powered rifle or scope or any of those descriptions?
No, I did not.
At a time, did you describe that Tammy Daybell saw a thing on top of the gun or the paintball gun?
Not at that time. I did not.
Okay. Subsequent to this, did you have an occasion to talk to any other members of the family about this incident?
Directly after?
Yeah.
Just my wife.
Okay. Okay. Did the two of you discuss whether or not this was a paintball gun or not?
We didn't.
Did that discussion ever even get breached at any kind during the discussion with your wife?
No.
Was it very clear to you that this was a paintball gun that was used on that day?
Based off of what my mother-in-law had explained to me, yes.
Objection here, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Thank you, Judge. I think he answered it, Judge. You said overruled, did you not,
I
Judge?
said overruled and he answered
Yeah.
yes.
I think he answered it already, Judge, well, before he even said it, I
Correct.
believe. All right, thank you, Your Honor. May I move on, Judge?
Yes.
Thank you. I want to talk about the Friday, October 18th, which would be the day before your mother-in-law passed away. Do you recall that day?
I do.
Okay. Before I get to that subject, I want to talk to you something about a I'm going to get it right, a 2004 Dodge Dakota.
Okay.
Do you have that vehicle?
I do.
When did you get that vehicle?
It would have been in the spring of 2020.
Spring of
Late 2019, early 2020. I can't remember exactly.
You don't know when. When you say late 2019, what would
Like December.
Okay.
Yeah, it would have been December because I had just gotten, it was like closer to the end of December.
Now, who did you get that from?
For my father-in-law, Chad Daybell.
Now, you previously testified, well, maybe you didn't previously testify. I think you made mention that you lived kitty corner to Chad and Tammy's home. Is that correct?
That is correct.
With your wife?
Correct.
And at this point, I don't recall whether there were kids at that point, correct?
Just one.
One.
Yep.
You're up to 3 now, right?
Yep.
And growing.
Yep.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to observe Chad's regular patterns of travel, living kitty corner to him?
Yes, because at that time I was working I was working at the hospital, and my shifts would start usually at noon. And so I would have to get ready and take our son to daycare. And oftentimes during that time, I would cross paths with Chad as he was heading to the Salem church.
So you're familiar with his individual patterns of travel in the mornings, is that correct?
Correct.
And about what time, you mentioned something about the Salem church. About what time did you see him going to the Salem church?
At about 9 o'clock in the morning.
How consistent, that's a big word. How often would you see that? Was that a regular activity? A pretty regular situation, him doing that?
Yes.
Did he ever vary that a little bit and maybe go to a different religious institution that you're aware of?
I know because and when I would see him, he would be leaving the house generally, and he had his laptop case in his hand and some paper. And sometimes he'd head to the Salem church, but there were other times that he didn't head to the church, but and I knew that he did some writing at the college as well.
BYU library?
Yep.
And when you say consistent pattern, would you say that it was an everyday event that Chad would travel in the morning to either the Salem church or the BYU library?
I would say I would say the majority of each day of the week of Monday through Friday.
Okay. And the vehicle, if we were to go back to late 2018 until late 2019, when you were provided that vehicle, who was the primary driver of the 2004 black Dodge Dakota?
During which time, sorry?
2018, late 2018, let's say November, December of 2018, to the time you acquired it in late 2019. Who was the one primarily responsible for driving the Dodge Dakota?
Chad was.
All right, what did Tammy drive?
A black, well, I don't know when they got I think that was when they got the Equinox, because they used to have a blue Dodge Caravan. But then they bought I don't know what year it was, but it was a black Equinox.
Okay. So at some point it was Tammy who would drive the newer car?
Yep.
And Chad would drive the older car?
Correct.
And whenever you saw Chad travel during his daily visits to the Salem church on a regular basis, it was the black Dodge Dakota that you would see him driving. Is that correct?
Yes. Occasionally Equinox, but generally it was the truck.
Now, there was an occasion in October of 2018, which is where I'm leading to, that you had to retrieve keys regarding the black Dodge Dakota. Is that correct?
Correct.
And on Friday of October 18th, were you aware or did you have any knowledge that Tammy Daybell on that day was involved in preparing for a book fair?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, she had utilized the black Dodge Dakota. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And did you have to go and borrow that for some reason?
Yes. So that fall, there was a really major issue with like the potatoes freezing. And I was helping my friend who was trying to get their potatoes in. And at the time, my wife and I only had one working vehicle. And I was transporting her back and forth to work. And she was at work and I went to pick her up and I was talking to her about how my friend needed help finishing getting the potatoes in, but we didn't have a vehicle and I wasn't sure how we were going to get her home and be at work because we'd be in two different places. And Tammy said I could use the truck.
Okay.
And my wife would take her home.
Now, you described to when you were interviewed, and you were interviewed several times and testified in front of a grand jury. Is that correct?
I wasn't interviewed, but I testified in the grand jury. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's correct.
Yep.
And at some point during that testimony, you indicated that you needed to go get her keys.
Correct.
What did you mean by her keys?
Well, the keys to the truck.
Okay. So it wasn't necessarily the truck she was driving all the time. It was just her set of keys.
Yeah. Yeah. It was her set of keys that had both the truck key and the Equinox key on it.
Oh, it did?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, after you had borrowed the truck, you came back after, and my recollection is you were aiding your friend with the potato harvest. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. And you decided to return, the keys to the black Dodge back to Chad and Tammy. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And at that point, did you visit the home?
I did.
Did you have an occasion to visit with Tammy at that point?
I did.
And approximately what time was that?
I want to say it was around 5 o'clock, 5:30. It was about the time I think I left. I can't recall exact, but it was in the early evening.
Did you have an occasion to talk to Tammy?
Yes,
I don't want you to say what she said, though.
No. I went into their house and I handed her the keys. And at that time, she was sitting on the couch. in the
Okay,
living
was Chad there as well?
He was.
Okay, so when you handed her the keys, is there a reason why you gave them to her as opposed to Chad?
Because they were her set of keys for both of their vehicles.
Did Chad also have a set of keys to those vehicles?
Yes,
Okay, so when you use the term, and that's where I'm getting at, so when you use the term her keys, they were actually her set of keys for both vehicles, correct?
correct.
Chad also had a set of keys, which would be referred to as his keys, right?
Yep. Similar to my wife and mine.
Okay.
Like
Everything-
most married couples.
Everything's fair, right?
Yep.
And at that point, when you went in to see Tammy, did you observe anything unusual?
Um, well, earlier in the day, she was exhausted. But
All right,
she
now,
seemed more
I want you to
exhausted.
stop there.
Okay.
When you said
Hold on.
earlier in the day,
There is a lot of talking over the top of each other, and I know this is difficult for the court reporter, so both Mr. Pryor and the witness, Mr. Murray, please just talk one at a time. Thank
Okay.
you.
and Joe, what I was getting at, as you had mentioned earlier in the day, you had mentioned something about her physical condition. About what time was that?
That was around 2, almost 3 o'clock when I went to go get the truck
And where did you go get the truck?
from the school.
And that was the same day that she was working on the book fair, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you happen to observe her lifting any boxes or anything unusual at that point?
I did.
What did you observe?
She was carrying around several scholastic school book boxes that are probably about this big, that were pretty heavy.
And you had mentioned that she looked, I don't want to put words in your mouth. How did you describe her appearance at that point?
She seemed exhausted and exasperated.
And exasperated for what reason?
She just didn't seem like she was feeling well.
Okay,
She seemed really worn out.
Objection, speculation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
okay. She seemed very worn out.
Correct.
She had been working lifting boxes all day.
Correct.
At some point later in the evening, did you have a chance to visit with her?
Yes, when I brought the keys back.
Okay, and what did you observe at that point?
She was sitting on the couch, and she seemed very exhausted, like I said from earlier, but then was coughing pretty hard.
Okay. Was there any indication that she appeared that she was sick or that she was having any other symptoms?
No,
Okay. And at that point, was Chad there as well?
yes,
And where was he sitting?
he was sitting. So you come in the front door, and then over here's they had the couches kind of set like this, and then right behind the couch were their computer desks, and he was sitting at the computer desk.
And and I almost did it again. When you're describing Tammy on the couch, what was her positioning on the couch? Was she spread out or was she sitting up?
She was sitting up.
Okay. But was it very clear to you that obviously she was in some form of distress?
It appeared that she was sick and that she wasn't feeling well.
Okay. On the next day, she passed in the night. Did you have an occasion to go over to the house?
I did. I was actually getting ready to go to work that next morning because I worked on Saturdays, the morning shift. And I was getting ready to go to work and I saw a deputy vehicle out front. And I couldn't see Garth's vehicle. And at first I was worried that maybe he hadn't shown up home from work that night. And I thought something had happened to him. So then I went back in the house again and had notified Emma. She called Tammy, and of course Tammy didn't answer. She called Chad, and Chad didn't answer. She called Garth, and Garth didn't answer. And finally we were getting ready to walk across the street to their house. And then a deputy and Garth met us and told us what had happened.
Okay. And at some point, how would you describe Garth's reaction?
Very shaken up.
Okay. Did you have an occasion to observe Chad at that point?
I did.
And how would you describe Chad's reaction at that point?
I had never seen him the way I'd seen him that night or that morning, sorry. Very just, he was wandering aimlessly, and just, he kept holding his head like this and he kept asking, what are we going to do? What are we going to do? And I've never seen him in that state before.
Would you describe that as being distraught,
Yes,
upset,
yes,
shock?
yes.
Did it appear that that was genuine to you?
Yes.
I want to step away at some point. Well, before I do, were you present when there was a discussion about whether or not to get an autopsy on Tammy Daybell?
I was.
And what did you observe in that regard?
Objection, calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. At any time, did Chad Daybell request that nobody do an autopsy on his wife?
No.
Objection, calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
It's not timely overruled.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the Daybell property in general, okay?
Okay.
You're familiar with the property.
Yes.
If you're going on the front of the house, which would be Salem Highway, which runs past your house as well, correct?
Right.
Your kitty corner, but south west?
Correct.
Okay, I got it right. But how far of a distance are you from Chad's house?
Oh, I couldn't give a definitive answer, but I mean, their house is closer to the front lot as is ours.
Okay. And then across the street, directly across the street on Salem Highway was another home, and do you know who was living there at that time?
Yes.
Who was that?
Matt and Regan Price.
Okay, and did you have an occasion to socialize or get to know them a little bit?
Yes.
Did you have an occasion to talk about animal problems, raccoon problems during that particular summer?
Yes.
And how often did that take place?
It was, I don't know exactly how often, but I know that there was a lot of problems with there being issues with raccoons, is what we believed it to be, that were getting into the animal feed bins. And so Matt Price had offered to let us use a trap to catch them.
Okay. And on occasion, there were actually raccoons that were trapped and caught. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. I want to talk a little bit about the rest of the house and the physical, some of the physical attributes of the house. There's a particular red shed on the property. Is that right?
Correct.
And you had an occasion to borrow tools. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. You actually, how I learned this is you borrow tools from Matt Price as well, correct?
Correct.
And you sort of had a neighborhood understanding.
Objection, counsel's testifying, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you have some sort of an understanding in the neighborhood about the use of each other's tools?
Yes, anytime I didn't have a tool that I needed for yard work, I'd either ask Matt Price or my mother and father-in-law.
Okay. And in regards to the red shed, was that something you required a key to get into?
No.
How would you describe access to the red shed?
So it was on the west end of it. There's a garage door. Simply you turn the handle and pull up the door.
Okay. Was that ever locked?
No.
Was it ever at times when it was left open for longer extended periods of time?
Yes.
Was that unusual for the door to be down, or was it more usual for the door to be opened?
It was more so down, but it was never locked.
Okay. So someone could get access.
Yep. And on the east side of it, there's another door that also was easy to access.
Right. And that was never locked?
Nope.
Okay. Now, in relation to the house, how close is that red shed?
Ooh, maybe, I don't know. That would be really hard for me to describe it
Would it be the distance from the back of that wall to where I'm standing right here?
Maybe a little bit further, but not much more.
If someone had walked to the back of the red shed, could they be seen from the front of the house?
If they walked where?
If someone was standing in front of the front yard of the house, or excuse me, let's strike that. Let's start all over again. If someone was back in the red shed and someone else was standing in front of the house, would there be a visual way to see that they were in the red shed?
On the very back
Salem
end
Road.
of it?
From Salem Road, yeah.
No,
So it wasn't visibly able to see if someone was back there.
no.
And in addition, are there two driveways on the Daybell property?
There are.
Okay, there's a short driveway, and where would you describe that one being?
It is on the northeast or northwest side of the lot.
So would that be in front of the house?
Correct.
Would that be more aptly described as the short driveway?
Correct.
And then on behind the house, there's a longer driveway, is that right?
Correct.
And that's a much longer driveway.
Yes.
Do you know whether or not from that long driveway behind the house, there could be access out to the field?
There are 2 points of access from that point.
Okay, and what are the 2 points of access from the long driveway?
Directly from the long driveway heading north, there's 2 cattle gates that open like this. And then to the east, there's another set of cattle gates.
So it would not be impossible for a vehicle off of the long driveway to drive back into the pasture, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Are you aware of where the bodies of JJ Vallow and Tylee Ryan were found?
Yes.
Where were they found?
One was in the JJ was found in the back part of the property closer to the pond. And then Tylee was found to the south of that.
Okay, and would access be available through that gate off of the long driveway to those locations?
Yes.
And if someone were to use that back gate and drive down the long driveway, are they necessarily visible from the main road, Salem Highway?
While driving to there?
No, if someone were parked on front of the house on Salem Highway, would they be visible to that back gate? Observing anybody?
No.
It's a spot where you wouldn't be visible, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in regards to the property, I have a note here that talks about officers driving by your house and Mr. Daybell's house quite regularly. Do you recall that?
Yes. Leading up to and even after Chad was arrested, I would frequently see Detective Hermosillo in his detective vehicle driving up and down our property. I mean, not our property, but up and down the 200 North Road.
And when you say frequently, what would you describe as frequently?
Several times a week.
Now, I want to talk to you about a sponsored 5K race. And that was in September of 2019. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
Okay, what do you recall about that? What was the purpose in the sponsorship?
So I had put on a race for an organization called Operation Underground Railroad. And I was the lead organizer of it. And it was to help children who were being trafficked to be able to be rescued.
Okay. And at that point, you put on this 5K event, is that correct?
Correct.
And you were you responsible for reviewing and maintaining the list of people who signed up to run the race?
I was.
Okay. And your mother-in-law at the time, Tammy Daybell, was involved to some extent, is that correct?
Correct. Her and Chad's book publishing company actually sponsored the race, and Tammy was a volunteer in the race.
Okay, when you say a volunteer in the race, does that mean that Tammy ran the race?
No.
Did you ever see Tammy cross the finish line in a workout clothes to suggest she ran the race?
Absolutely not.
Do you recall what Tammy was wearing on that day when she was involved in helping with the race?
jeans and a t-shirt that said volunteer.
Okay. And you had a list also of who all the volunteers were, correct?
Yes,
And you were overseeing and supervising that race, is that correct?
that is correct.
Okay. Now, there's some discussion about, in early 2020 about you attending Sunday school, LDS Sunday school. Do you recall that?
Yes,
Was that your habit to go to Sunday school every Sunday as part of your LDS faith?
yes,
Okay. And there was some issue about a lesson Matt Daybell was giving at that particular time?
yes. There was a lesson that he had given about how his brother.
Relevance, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Okay. And at some point, did you gain, at least from your perspective, did you get a sense that people were judging the facts of what was going on with Chad?
Yes.
And what did you base that on?
The setting in the Sunday school, it was pretty clear. A lot of dirty looks. And then on Facebook, the deputy prosecuting attorney for Fremont County at the time had made a pretty nasty post about it.
Okay, and you read that post.
I did.
So in other words, aside from also the church making comments, it was your impression that at least one government official was also making comments.
Correct.
Okay. I want to change gears a little bit, okay? If that's okay with you. I want to talk to you about your mom and dad.
Okay.
And that's Charlene and Joe, is that right?
Ed or Edward.
You're Joe. Charlene and Ed, excuse me. Were you familiar with some sort of competition between Tammy and your mom and dad?
Yes, there was a Fitbit competition that they were engaged in. And it was regarding the amount of steps that they would get each day.
Okay. And your father was competitive, would that be fair?
Absolutely.
And would you describe Tammy as being competitive?
Yes.
There was some testimony previously about Tammy doing something with her wrist or leg in regards to the Fitbit. Did you ever observe that?
Yes.
Okay. Was there any sort of a family joke about Tammy's use of that Fitbit in that way?
Yes.
Who was in on that joke?
Emma and her siblings, and even Tammy would recognize that she was doing it for that purpose.
To win.
To win, yep.
And you said the family was in on this joke. What about Ed and Charlene? Were they in on this joke?
They didn't know that she was doing it at the time. That she
Okay.
was just moving her wrist like this.
Competing against your father.
Yep.
It was important to her, from your perspective, what you observed, to beat your father in this Fitbit competition. Is that right?
Yes, because at that time, my dad had begun to lose weight and was beginning to run and exercise a lot. And so it was very important for him to win. And I sensed a bit of jealousy from, because it wasn't just my dad, my mom as well, but that was doing really well. And I had sensed a bit of jealousy and even had recognized that Tammy was a bit jealous to see that.
Okay. So there was some maybe doing some additional things to increase your mileage. Would that be fair?
Yep.
Judge, I don't have anything else at this point. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, thank you. Counsel, let me have a brief sidebar if I could. All right, thank you, counsel, for the sidebar. We were just discussing scheduling with this particular witness. I don't think it would be possible for the state to conclude their cross and then any redirect by the time we had today. And so we are going to go ahead and recess for the afternoon at this time. We'll come back on in the morning at our regular time at 8:30 with additional testimony. At this time, Mr. Murray, I'll advise you, you'll remain under oath for your testimony continuing tomorrow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the courtroom, for complying with the conduct order while you've been here today. I'll also advise the jurors, please follow the court's admonishing instruction as we conclude for the day. Do not discuss any evidence of the case amongst yourselves or with anyone else. Please don't do anything to research this case while you're on break, and don't do anything if you see media reporting of the case. Try to divert from that so you can remain impartial and consider the case only on the evidence that's been presented here in court. So thank you for your attentiveness today. We will continue again with further testimony in the morning, and we'll be in recess.
All right, please.